Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Thursday, April 5th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Let me get this all up here. It was a very, very interesting day, as they all are, and days become more enjoyable as we cash. Well, I had one of those nights live that, they don't happen all the time. huge, giant live betting night. And, when it was happening and throughout the night, I really realized that I wouldn't be here, honestly. Shit, what the hell did I do here? Here, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the live action. It cleans up your mistakes. You've capped all these games, so you see these great situations. And look, we all have different routes to get the bag, and I'm not telling you, how to handle your action. But for me, I don't know where I would be without it. Let me just quickly touch on. So, and there's no better. I used to think basketball was the best live betting situation, and it's very good. I got on the Cavaliers. I missed the -110 money line. I got the -125 money line. It's very good, but there's nothing better than the NHL. There's nothing better. Your team goes down a goal. Now, if your team is a big favorite, like let's say the Avalanche, you have to wait till they go down 2 goals. You don't want a -135 or you don't want a minus line beside anything that you do live. Then I've told you guys when it's 2-2 going to the third period and you have the 6.5, 2 teams in the divisional. This is the time of year too. They're going to play for the point. They're going to play for the point. You get the under 6.5. It'll cash nonstop for you. And we even saw it even in higher scoring games. The Wild tied it up with the Rangers 4-4. You knew there was going to be no more goals. They each need the points so bad. The Rangers needed the points so bad. So you can bet those live unders. And then the difference is if you have an over. Like I had the over 6.5. Let me just go to my history. I had the over 6.5 in Colorado, Chicago. The first Colorado goal was called back. You could tell that I was in big trouble. And this is what you have to do with these spots. And it's the most fun you'll get. You can't take the over 5.5 at +110. It'll go up to +155. You have to wait. You have to wait till it's a 4.5. You have to wait till it's a 4.5. It'll start at -185 and it'll start coming down. I move on it at -170. Look, I just need to get in on the 4.5 as soon as possible. I could have waited longer, but then you have the situation where you have the over 4.5, which is so easy to get to, especially with empty netters and things like that when it's down 2-0. Then you can take the team that's behind. In this case, it was the Avalanche at +190 for a free roll. Now, it's not quite a free roll because if you cash the over 4.5 and you lose your free roll on Colorado, you're going to lose a little bit of vig, but it's a free roll. And when the Avalanche scored with 8 or 9 seconds left, +190 coming in, the over 4.5 coming in, it was just magical last night. It was just, and it wasn't, it's not rocket science. Cavaliers money line over 4.5, Colorado Avalanche money line, the Leafs money line when they're down 1-0. It's just simple. And you only hit it once. You don't need to hit it again. You have to balance out the mistakes you've made and we've capped the entire card. We've capped the entire card. So you're going to see spots become clearly appealing. So that's it. So I just push. I think we should push everyone to you have to have a live account that's not full of money, but you need a big chunk of your bankroll in your live account. It changes nights. It makes nights better. You're going to use the work that you've already put in. Enough of that. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. I'm pumped up, man. I'm pumped up. We had a great night in NBA. Swept the board in NBA. We had a Brizzy move on the Castle double-double. I still should have moved on Castle, even though it moved to 29.5 to 31.5. That's my own shit. I've got to fix that. I've got to change that. We knew we had the right spot. There were injuries that made it even better. The market showed their concern, and I was angry because I didn't get a 29.5 and I stayed off. That's something I've got to fix. It's a mistake in my capping. And I make, I was talking to Justin McKelvey. I'll tell Justin things just so I can hear them myself. What are the mistakes that I'm making? And one of the mistakes that I've made my whole career is that when I have a friend who gets a better line than me, a much better, I get jealous. I get angry, and I usually don't move on the spot, and it's a surefire winner. I've got lots of things to work on. We all have lots of things to work on. We're all trying to be the best gamblers that we can be, and you found the perfect group to do it with, man. This is just a group of such great guys, such great women, men, cappers, such a great family we have here. We work together to defeat the juice, and it is of utmost importance. Our lives are on the line. We have to win. We can't lose. and it's been very good. It's been very good since Thursday of Pubapalooza. Now, I did have another bad night in MLB that was kind of cleaned up from NBA and NHL, but it is what it is. We'll talk all about it. We have our guy Rich O INC giving us his action. Corey Connors to win at 18-1, top 5, first round plus 800. Maverick McNeely, Sam Stevens, Daniel Berger, Bud Khalili, Lee Hodge, I'm probably butchering Bud's name, and Tom Hoagie. We have all this action here from our guy Rich O INC, who called Wu Lee to win last week. So thank you for sharing that with us. We have Justin McKelvey stacks plays of the day in Harper and USC. Harper and USC for the stacks play day. We have a huge show. We have Bobano getting us started, and we destroyed last week. Destroyed it. 19-5 we went combined with 24 different bets. And one of the great things about Ghoster, Bobano, and I when we cap hockeys, we all cap it from a very different angle. We're very different cappers, so you see all sorts of different looks. We got Kong's Clips, Nerfy play of the day. So after Bobano, we go right into Major League Baseball. I know it's only a 5-game card, but we have some early games that we want to attack. So we go right into Major League Baseball. Then, and there may be a best bet from Daby Cab in MLB. Not sure if that will come to fruition. After MLB, we go right into NIT Finals and CBC with Daby Cab. From there, we head to NBA with it's Darryl. Now, Darryl has an appointment, so he might be a little bit late. We'll see if he is. I'm fully capped and ready to attack the NBA card, and we can do it with you guys in case Darryl's not ready to go. We got Kong on UC Irvine double result. And we have cappers hanging on to that UC Irvine plus 900 that we will be cheering on for our guys to win the NIT. And Kim at 60-1 as well here for Rich O. Let's get Rich O's action here. Next week's the Masters too. Respect play of the day is Cincy first half -3.5. Res Mob got in. Talking about the live action, he gets in live on Georgetown plus 16.5. Trust your cap. If you have an advantageous situation, take advantage of it. Take advantage of it. It was perfect. It was perfect because I didn't move on the Celtics live. I was on the Heat plus 10. So it didn't matter that the Celtics started getting close. I was like, look, that's not my cap. I'm not going to flip the cap just because they're the defending champions. Things worked out. Trust your cap. Trust it. Shout out to our guy Gorky in the house. Ostapenko money line and Anisimova Navarro Pagula money line. There we go from our guy Gorky. And thank you for your continuous support, Gorky. It inspires us to work harder, try harder. That's what this group does. This group working together, it just, God, I just wish I didn't have to ever sleep. I wish that I could just work 24 hours a day here, which I almost did last night because the adrenaline made it very difficult to sleep. Serious business in the house. And there's our guy, Jose Bouquett, behind the scenes. Says, check out our offers with sports books below in the description and watch. If you're looking for a way to help out the channel, if you open up a book, if you do it through our link, we get a bonus. Not 1 cent off anybody's losses. We get the bonus. Then we want you to take that book to school. We want you to fucking take them to the bank. We want you to milk them and destroy them. And we want to be a part of it. Tone Miggins in the house. Look at that jaw. Look at that. That's a very interesting angle here. We have jaw PRA over 35.5. Let me get this here. Backing jaw with the issues that jaw faces. I love that, Tom Miggins. Thank you for sending the levels play today our way. Pig Milk play day is the St. Louis Blues on the puck line at plus 118. Last 3 victories for the Blues were all 1-goal victories. But Billy Friedrich and Mighty Pig Milk looking for the puck line cover. Big Scott is on the Orioles and Adam Borks in PFL and Harper over 1.5 bases. So look at that. We have the corner of Stacks and Big Scott Boulevard. Stacks and Big Scott Boulevard. There's the nuke worker in the house, Jermaine. Dougie Wise, Lakers is the play of the day at -1 at -130. I'm very, very interested in joining you on the LA Lakers. Extremely interested in joining you there. Razor sharp picks in the house. We got Ross Pitts ready to get to work. Crystal Craig coming off a winner here on our show with Abrams over 1.5 bases. Crystal, it's her time of year. Miss Baseball in effect. The sweaty Butcher ready to go. Razor sharp picks off of a big day. We got Morgan Spooner here with Schwarber over 1.5 bases. Orioles team total over and the Astros money line. Let's get that all copied and pasted so we can discuss here throughout. There we go. Steve G in the house. And we have Steve G ready to go. We also, so let me back it up here. Kong's Clip says, Gokster kept me profitable last night with the NHL parlay. That parlay cashed because of that. God, that goal with 10 seconds left. Is there a better live bet than the Avalanche? Now, the Avalanche have really nothing to play for the rest of the season. And I'm fading them today with the Blue Jackets. We'll get into that here with our guy Bobano here shortly. TJ ready to go and Lake Show as well for Tone Miggins. Let's get all this copied and pasted. And we got to get to work. We have our Thursday special guest in the wings ready to attack this board. 9 Legacy ready to go. There's my guy, Jeff Slaughter. Jeff Slaughter now seeing the advantage that we have this time of year in the NHL. 2 things we're looking for: motivation and health. Those teams that are healthy with motivation are smash and grabbing their opposition, just like the Hurricanes did. That was a no-doubter from the first second the puck dropped yesterday. Steve G says, good game, Blackhawks. They did play very, very well. Razor Sharp Pick says, there's only one shirt everyone needs. Get yours today. Super True Story ready to go. Oh, let's get more 9 Legacy action. Yes, AM, that happens. We know the swings, my friend. We know the swings. And you had such a monster Tuesday. We'll be back in. Slatsy says, break even on NHL. Canucks not scoring 1 goal. Hey, who's been telling you over and over and over and over again to fade the Canucks? That line went against me heavy. It came back a little bit, but God, man. The Kraken have lost 5 of 6, and I'm still lining up to fade the Canucks. Lining up. Chill Will in the house. We got BT ready to go. Great to see all of you guys. Kelly McInnes ready to go. Steve G on a 3-1 day yesterday. There's Slatsy's action. I'm going to keep copying and pasting action here from Cappers in the chat, but we got to get rolling here in NHL. We have a fixed time period. We have 45 minutes with your next guest and a beautiful NHL card to attack. So without further ado, please welcome. And I know I haven't taken a breath yet. Because I'm pumped up, man. I want to get that money. I see it right there. Let's get that money today. Let's keep getting that cash. This is our time of year. Please welcome from Hamilton, Canada, our steel town here, black and yellow, Hamilton, Ontario. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Ian Cameron, to the show. Bobano, how are you?
Jimmy, good to be with you, as always. And yes, 2 more weeks away from the end of the NHL regular season. The playoffs are right around the corner. I can't wait. And it's actually playoffs already with some of these races, honestly.
Without a doubt. We are coming off a massive day, but it was mostly you. It was mostly you here. And I knew it was coming. I mean, if your overs were such if you didn't move on those 3 draws, you would have been 15-1.
Yeah.
15-1. So Bobano on the last show goes up 11.26 units. The black is coming. I told you guys that all year. All year, I told you guys the black is coming for both of us. I am very close. I got a little. Look, I don't want Vig in NHL, and I took the Leafs on the -1 line, and that ended up hurting me a little bit just with the push. But I got in live on the Leafs down 1-0. Beautiful. We got Suzuki and Crosby for a 0.5 point each. I'm going to keep copying and pasting. I know exactly where I'm leaving off here. And so much action from the Cappers in the chat. I just love to see it. Crystal Craig's play of the day. Many others play of the day. There's Robert McCormack. The prime cut is in. Okay, so I got to start with the prime cut. But let's get to work. Bobano, my friend. Welcome to Pub Sports Radio, betting with the bag. Let's get that cash right this minute. And I've got action on these first games. 7 p.m. Eastern, Boston Bruins 30-36-9, 11-23-3 on the road. At the Montreal Canadiens 35-30-9, 19-12-5 at home. We're at the Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec. I've got the goalies listed from last night, so please let me know if I've made a mistake with any of the goaltenders. I've got Swayman versus Montembeault. Swayman 20-27-6, 3.12 goals against average, 8.92 save percentage, 4 shutouts. Montembeault 27-23-6, 2.90 goals against average, 8.99 save percentage, 4 shutouts. Boston power play is meek. It's getting weaker. No McAvoy. You trade out Marchand. It's falling by the minute, 15.4% now, and 76.3% penalty killing. Montreal power play 21.2% and 80.3% penalty killing. Bruins coming off their 9th straight loss, 4-3 at home to the Capitals on Tuesday, and I've had no concern. Now, I didn't look. You guys know I want nothing to do with Capitals. You guys know that. And I'm making my money back, like I told you what happened. Now it's not. I'm not a positive ROI fading the Caps. But I'm getting my money back. I didn't fade the Bruins against the Capitals, but I've been fading the Bruins, and I'll keep fading the Bruins. I have no concern. I mean, I don't care if it's a good spot for them. I don't care. Hampus Lindholm's been out for most of the season. Mark Kastelik is out with an upper body injury. Charlie McAvoy wants to return before the end of the season, but there's no point. And Kastelik is a big loss. I've been saying that over and over and over again. You lose Charlie Coyle. He becomes an extremely important face-off winning center who can kill penalties. The Habs coming off a character-building 2-game sweep of the defending champion Florida Panthers in the home and home. God, this team, I will bet them against the Capitals if I get that opportunity in the playoffs. I will take them against the Capitals. Now, I won't take them and win the series. I'll just bet them every game. The last victory was a come-from-behind 3-2 overtime win at home. They're as healthy as they've been all year. You got Gooley back. You got Lane Hudson looking like the next Quinn Hughes. That's how phenomenal Lane Hudson looks. I moved on the Habs on the -1 line. I moved on the Habs and Lightning last night. I got -186 on the money line, +139 on the puck line. I got the -1 at -120. -1 at -120. I think that is a great deal on the Montreal Canadiens. Right now, these Le Habitants are right now at -198. So it hasn't moved that much from when I got it, -198. So at this point, we've had 17 cents of movement towards Montreal Canadiens. And for those of you guys who are, and you think, is this a letdown spot? Is this a letdown spot after coming out and beating the Florida Panthers, scoring the late goal, winning in overtime? And I tell you why it's not. It's because the Boston Bruins are coming to town. This is an original 6 matchup. This is not some, fucking San Jose Sharks team or some shit team from a different conference that nobody cares about. This is an original 6 meeting. You know what you want to do. You know you're going to get fucking goosebumps when you see the Habs and the Bruins at the Bell Center in Montreal, and it doesn't matter what their records are. Bobano, take it away. I'm on the Habs -1. What's your plan?
9-1 Boston in the last 10 meetings versus Montreal. They kind of own this team. Is this a game the Bruins get up for just because, hey, it's a rival, we want to kind of hurt their playoff hopes, or are they just that bad? That's the question you have to ask yourself, because this is a bad hockey team right now. There obviously things aren't going very well. I agree with you. Montreal has got something special going. I don't look at the Florida wins as a letdown necessarily here with Boston coming in. I think plus you can look at it and say, well, Boston's 9-1 against Montreal. They'll be, if there's one game they'll play hard and go balls out, it's here to try to spoil a hated rival and their chance to make the playoffs. But at the same point in time, you could look at it. Montreal damn well knows that Boston's owned them and wants to change that tonight in this game. And they know that Boston's at their most vulnerable right now. This is not the Bruins, this is not the Brad Marchand, Charlie Coyle, Brandon Carlo, etc. Bruins teams that have owned Montreal. This is a shell of the Bruins and what they used to be. So I get the reasons for liking Montreal here for you. I like the first period over. That's what I'm going to go with. I've been riding this. It's 9 straight now for Montreal in the first period. I've gone over the total. That's what I'm going to go with here. Actually, I'm going to double up and go full game over. Like I said, I'm pushing hard to get this into the black from a show record standpoint. So I'm going to be aggressive to try to get there. So I like both first period and full game over here. The over, believe it or not, has been a strong trend in the series. 4 of the last 5 meetings have gone over. The 2 meetings earlier this year, 6-4 Bruins, 6-3 Bruins in both of those games. A lot of goals. Montreal's on I like the first period over more, but I'm going to go with both of them here in this game. So first period over, full game over, Bruins and Habs.
Can you give me those? And I love the breakdown. Can you give me those numbers and the juice?
First period over 1.5 -115.
Yep.
And full game is -115 as well, 5.5.
You are in business, my friend. Again, I enjoy capping with Bobano and Gokster so much because we have different routes to the bag, and it's fun to see how
this
we
Montreal or pass for me. Clearly, I don't want Boston, but It's
I love it.
you know.
Big happy birthday to the Sweaty Butcher and Truth Teller. Look at that. Truth Teller and the Sweaty Butcher celebrating their birthdays today. Two great guys. We've been catching our birthday picks too. So let's hook up our friend.
I think this is going to be a tough game. I think Montreal wins. I think it's a close competitive game, but I think Montreal wins. But I think it's going to be a tough game. I think Boston's coming to play hard. I thought Boston played hard against Washington, even though they lost the other night. And I think this is a game they get up for. So it's a good one. I can't wait to watch it.
I am very excited. Now, again, with our spots that we've been smashing, grabbing over the last couple of days, this has, we got in, we had the minus 108 on the Hurricanes, minus 108 on the -1. That minus 170 went to minus 220. It told us that, what was going to happen. The day before, we were on the Blue Jackets. That was a smash and grab. That was also a 50-cent move. Now, we don't see that here with the Montreal Canadiens. Important.
It's also 11-1 first period over in the last 12 Montreal games.
I love it. I love it here. We also have my birthday pick for Sweaty Butcher from Wine Time Sports and for the Truth Tellers, Orioles money line. Okay, let's keep rolling here onto our next game. Let's roll. Next up for us, Tampa Bay Lightning at Ottawa Senators. Senators are 39-29-6, 21-11-2 at home. The Tampa Bay Lightning, I moved on last night. You guys, look. I've been saying it over and over and over and over again. I've been saying that they're going to have the best record down the stretch. I've been saying that they're going to go on the road and win, even though they're under 500 on the road. I'm saying even when they're in bad spots, they're going to beat the opposition because there's two things that we're looking for: motivation and health. Motivation and health. And the Tampa Bay Lightning are as healthy as they've been all season long. Brown Hughes on Tampa Bay money line. I talked with Brown Hughes about this last night. AM on the under 5.5 at plus 108. Irish King says Tampa Bay Lightning minus 1.5 is easy work. I got that plus 141 on the -1 line, a line that I think is spectacular. We have had the money line at minus 120. Now the money line is at minus 140. Minus 140. This opened up at minus 144. So we have 21 cents of movement towards the Tampa Bay Lightning. When we get to the total in this one, we have a 6. It's minus 115 to the under. Open up minus 112 to the under. And look and watch what AM's doing. He's foregoing the 6 to get the plus money on the under. Barry Smith, play today, Rockies first 5. I'm going to copy and paste that. And Rich H on Gensel points. Rich H, hope you're having a great time on your vacation. I'm going to copy and paste all of this action here. Vasilevsky versus Linus Ullmark is the expectation. Vasilevsky, 36-19-3, 2.16 goals against average, 9.22 save percentage, 6 shutouts. He is playing at a Vezina Trophy level. Now, it's not going to take it away from Hellebuck, but he's playing at a Vezina Trophy level. Ullmark, on the other hand, has not been very good over the last 4 or 5 weeks. When he looked phenomenal about 2 months ago. Tampa Bay power play 25.5%, penalty killing 82.4%. Ottawa power play 23.3%, 77.3% penalty killing. Tampa Bay comes in off their 4th straight win, 4-1 at the Islanders on Tuesday. They have outscored the opposition, and I've been on them every single game. I've been telling you guys to get on the train. I'm on them. Their point total over a 98.5. I'm on them to win the Atlantic at plus 425. I'm on them to win the East. God, I forget what I got. I think I got 9-1. I'll have to double check. I forget that. They've outscored their opposition 23-5 over the 4-game winning streak. 23-5. This is game 2 of a 4-game road trip that I expect them to sweep. 4th line center and key faceoff winner Luke Glendening missed the Islanders game to be with his wife for the birth of their baby. Glendening is a faceoff specialist. He's a great 4th liner. He was an important 4th line centerman for the Stars when they were going on their runs. 57 block shots, 101 hits. He should be back here. If not, Mitchell Chaffee will be in. This is a completely healthy squad. Senators coming off their 2nd straight loss, 5-2 at home over the Sabres. Brady Tkachuk missed the Tuesday game with the upper body injury. He sustained it in the loss to Pittsburgh. And as Toby Lane mentioned, and I was trying to, we were rushing. They have nothing to play for. They're stuck. Now the Habs and the Rangers, and possibly Jack, could come for them. They could, the point though, they could start coming in and put a little bit of pressure on them. We'll see if that happens. So Crookshank will be in the lineup if Tkachuk isn't. Cousins is out for Nick Cousins, not to be confused with Dylan, is out for the rest of the regular season. This is game 2 of a 4-game homestand, and the Tampa Bay Lightning are a wagon. They're paying our mortgages. Now I rent. They're paying my rent. Take it away, Bobano, my man.
Yeah, I still have some questions about them on the road because the road wins have been Boston and Islanders, who stink right now. So that's the one concern. Ottawa's actually played well at home against this Tampa team. That's another concern I have. But I'm actually going to join you here on the Lightning in this game, minus 130 on the money line. I like the way they're playing. I don't like Ottawa when Tkachuk's not playing. I don't like them. I don't like them at all when Tkachuk's not in the lineup. There was no emotion in the game for Ottawa the other night against Buffalo without him, and Buffalo rolled in there and beat them handily. He is the emotional heartbeat of the Senators. He plays his guts out every night, and without him, it's a problem. It's a big problem. And you're right. There's not a big incentive right now. Ottawa is going to be a playoff team. It's just a question of when they clinch, not if. And Tampa's trying to win a division, and every team is going hard, maybe with the exception of Florida. I don't sense Florida cares about winning the division.
And Maurice has said that.
Yeah,
he's come out and
Maurice has said that.
Yeah.
But Toronto wants it badly. Tampa wants it badly. So from that standpoint, it's an important game. They're playing well. Ottawa has kind of regressed a little bit. I don't like the way Ottawa's played these last couple games, so I do like Tampa minus 130, and I'm doubling up on the overs here. Tampa 6 straight overs in the first period. They've been a first period over machine, and it's been a strong over series history. 7-2-1, 5 straight overs in Ottawa between these two teams. 5 straight games in Ottawa where there have been at least 7 goals scored in the game. So I think actually 5.5 is a discount here. So over 1.5 minus 116 first period, and over 5.5 minus 124 full game.
You got it. You are locked in. And my man Barry, who is sharp as they come in NHL, he finds the dogs. He cashes with these dogs. Barry says, not tonight, Jimmy. He says 83% on the Bolts, Jimmy. Good. There's a lot of money on the Bolts. The market is concerned and moving the line heavily in the Bolts direction. This is a Bolts team that, as Bobano was talking about, just 17-3 on the road, and they're going to sweep this road trip.
I've said it before, the money movement, I couldn't give 2 shits about it. And I've been that way my whole career. That ain't changing. Yeah.
No, but I'd like the confidence. I'd prefer to have the confidence, Ian. I think that I'd like to have the confidence. I mean, you can not need it and not find it necessary. But when we're trying to get our colleagues and our friends to make money, you want to see that the markets are a little concerned and it's not going 30 or 40 cents against you. If this line had gone 30 cents against you, I don't think I'd be pushing my friends to make this bet. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. And we all have different routes to the bag. I think, Barry, your huge issue here is motivation.
There are reasons to like Ottawa. Ottawa has played Tampa really well in this building in Ottawa. Like I think Tampa's 1-4 their last 5 visits here.
This is a different Lightning team right now. They're playing at a
That's why I'm on
different
Tampa.
level.
I kind of agree with that. Yep.
Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Colorado Avalanche 45-26-4, 20-15-1 on the road at the Columbus Blue Jackets 34-30-9, 22-9-5 at home Nationwide Arena in Columbus, Ohio. I couldn't sleep. I should have just bet this at 2 a.m. I knew what was going to happen, but I like to see where the market moves just to have added confidence on it. Yes, Deacon Mike, I knew you would be upset with the St. Louis gear. You were my only concern as I put it on. The only man who doesn't like Lou Brock, Deacon Mike. Mackenzie Blackwood, Elvis Merzlikins here. Colorado 24.9% power play, 79.5% penalty killing. Columbus 19.3% power play, 75.8% penalty killing. The Avalanche now got the win against the Blackhawks. That showed a ton of character. Natchez hurt his neck. It was a weird thing. It wasn't clear how much he hurt, but he went to the dressing room. It came back, deflected the winner or the game tying goal to make it 2-2. And McKinnon was angry all game long. He's just playing. He's such a fun. Cale Makar is absolutely spectacular. But the Avalanche know their fate. They expect to be traveling to Dallas for game 1 of the playoffs. Now, Dallas is on this winning streak, and so trying to make that Colorado heading to Winnipeg. We'll see if that comes to fruition here. But the Avalanche expended a ton of injury, and now they don't have anything to play for. They have nothing to play for. And the Columbus Blue Jackets have everything to play for. They are finally completely healthy. And it took them 6 or 7 games to get chemistry with each other as they're healthy. This team is so good. They'll be a problem if they get into the playoffs. They're a good hockey team. Avalanche on the second half back-to-back. Jonathan Drouin left the game with a lower body injury.
Offensively, they're good. I'm not sure about the goaltending still.
The goaltending is a problem. Goaltending is a problem. But in saying that, if you get a chance to, right before the shootout starts, to bet Columbus, they're the best shootout team I've ever seen in my life. That's how good they are at shootouts right now. They're the best I've ever seen.
They got a lot of good young players. Fantilli,
but also Merzlikins is so competitive.
Monahan,
that he actually is one of the best goaltenders in shootouts that we've ever had. So it's just they're perfect in that situation. Miles Wood or VC will come in if Drouin can't suit up. Colton or Logan O'Connor. I think LOC is the guy who should get more playing time, but we'll see if it's Colton or Logan O'Connor. Still, Josh Manson now with an upper body injury. I wish Joe Sakic gave them some toughness, something he never did. The Jackets coming up their third win in 4 games, 8-4 at home over the Predators on Tuesday. This is, I was surprised. I was watching this line, because I was upset. I saw it all the way down to plus 115 at 365. And then it started coming back towards the Avalanche, which I expected. Now, maybe I bet it too soon. We'll see. Because I was trying to time it right. This 6 is 6.5 minus 104 to the over. There's been a 4-cent move to the over to minus 108. And when we get to the money line, we have right now, plus 125 for Columbus. I got plus 124. Plus 125, I think, is a great number. I think it's a great number. The Colorado Avalanche expended so much energy. I watched every second of that hockey game. That was a tough game. And now they go play Columbus, who wants it so badly. Bobano, take it away.
Yeah, this is a pretty damn strong position I'm taking here on Columbus tonight. There's a lot of reasons to really like the Jackets here. First thing of all is, of course, they came back from the dead to beat Chicago last night. They looked like they were going to lose in regulation. They tied it in the dying seconds, and then they won in a shootout, a game that they easily could have lost. And due to massive thunderstorms, of course, we got snow, freezing rain, and then thunder at the same time, basically, yesterday. It was a crazy weather day even here in southern Ontario. But in Chicago last night, they had bad, severe thunderstorms, and the Avalanche did not get out of Chicago last night. And in fact, as of 10 a.m. this morning, they were still in Chicago, the Colorado Avalanche, trying to fly out this morning to Columbus, the day of the game, to play this game. And there's actually talk this game may get postponed, and I'd hate that. I don't want that. But they're going to try to play it. I know that. They'll do everything in their power to play it. They're on their way to Columbus as of an hour ago. So you're talking about a team that played late into the night because of TNT, couldn't fly out of Chicago because of those thunderstorms, has to fly into Columbus the day of the game, the morning of the game, no morning skate. And you could say it's no big deal. It's a huge deal. Okay, players are creatures of habit. And you alter the routine, the game day routine, they're going to feel it, and it's going to be negative as far as the impact it makes on you. So it's really brutal here for Colorado if this game gets played. It's a brutal spot. Columbus is playing like it's Game 7 right now, trying to make the playoffs. I think it's just a great situation for them. I think they're going to jump on them early. I like Columbus here first period in this game. Plus 118 is the best money line price with Columbus first period. I'm also going to take them full game. Columbus plus 128 is the best price out there with Columbus full game. I'm going to take Columbus team total over 3, minus 110 here at BetMGM. 3 Columbus bets here, and we're not done yet. First period full game over. We've got Columbus on a first period over streak. Big time. I think it's 5 or 6 games in a row they've gone over in the first period. So Colorado, Columbus over 1.5, minus 135 for the first period. And we'll get in on the over 6.5 full game over at plus 100. Count them. 5 bets in this game.
Jackets first period plus 118, full game plus 128. Jackets team total over 3 at minus 110. First period over 1.5, minus 135. Full game over 6.5 at even money. I'm on the Jackets.
Avalanche are locked in. They're not going anywhere. They can't catch the Jets. They can't catch the Stars, and the teams behind them can't catch them. Blues are wild.
Exactly. Absolutely, exactly. The motivation made us 26 units in 2 weeks last year, and we're going to do the same thing again this year. Lock in. We move on. 8 p.m. Eastern. Pittsburgh Penguins 30-34 and 11 and 20 and 6 on the road at the St. Louis Blues, 41-28 and 7, 21-14 and 3 at home. We're at Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. Tristan Yari, 13-11 and 5, 3.21 goals against average, 892 save percentage, 1 shutout. Jeff Slaughter says 50 likes away from a giveaway, and we also race for $50 here. But our playoff pool, our NHL confidence pool, is going to be up and at 'em in 2 weeks. So the winner of today's $50 contest gets entry into our playoff pool. Any 20 players of your choice. Any 20 players. It's a great pool. And if you think, oh, somebody will have the exact same players, in all the years I've done it, it's never happened. There's a lot of decisions to make, and it's never happened. So any 20 players of your choice, $50 entry. We just take $3. That's it. $3 to cover the expenses, which doesn't cover it. It's still just Slaughter trying to put as much money into the pool as possible. Slatsy says Crosby on a 10-game point streak. We don't have time for me to get into a rant about Dubas because, Dubas is a fanboy and he's put together the players for Sidney Crosby because he's a fan watching the game. He's not an astute general manager. He's a little boy in a diaper fan. He's a little toddler who is getting paid $6 million a year to fucking screw over hockey teams. Jordan Binnington on the other side, 26, 21, and 4, 2.66 goals a game. I think it's $7 million too. I think, wasn't that what the Subban was saying? He's getting $7 million a year. 902 save percentage, 3 shots. Pittsburgh power play 24.3%, penalty killing 77.8%. St. Louis power play 21%, penalty killing 73.5%. Penguins coming off having their 3-game losing streak snapped in a 1-0 overtime win at home over the Senators on Sunday. It's so Jekyll and Hyde. The games were so high scoring leading into that one. Malkin's missed 3 straight games with the upper body injury. He is traveling with the team, but he hasn't started practicing yet. The Blues come in off their 10th straight win, 2-1 in overtime at home over the Red Wings on Tuesday. 10 straight wins. They've done this all without Colton Parayko, who they hope returns for the playoffs. Monty is a phenomenal coach doing an incredible job, and this team has shown that they have a ton of character. Shout out to our guy, Big Show Picks, star of the Locker Room Talk podcast. That is our showcase video throughout the week, our most popular show here on the channel. Let's get into the line history here, Bobano. We have the Blues, and they're moving. Oh, I guess come back a little bit. Wow. Okay, it's -2. Wow, I thought this was moving heavily to the Blues. It's not. We've had 4 cents of movement to the Blues. Opened up yesterday at 1:59 p.m., -216, and now -220. And from a total perspective, we have the Blues, this total at 5.5. It's -117 to the over. This did get up to 6 for a cup of coffee. It wasn't quite a legitimate 6 here. Toby Lane, I wanted him to cash that Red Wings full game so badly. And I pushed the first period. And I wanted him to catch. He was bang on. It was a terrible spot for the Blues, but their character rises up. I just don't want them as this big of a favorite. And maybe I'm leaving money on the table. Let's hear if Bobano thinks I'm leaving money on the table. I've not moved on this game. Take it away, Bobano. Penguins, Blues.
Yeah, I mean, the Blues are finding ways to win. Now, it's not been as easy these last few games, no doubt, but getting this win streak to 10, it's been pretty impressive. There's been games where they've won, 5-1, 7-2, 4-1, they've 6-1, they've scored goals, and then now they've had to win a couple low-scoring games here. They beat Colorado and Detroit in back-to-back games by the same score, 2-1. Joel Hofer in net, that is true. Tristan Jarry for Pittsburgh. Tristan Jarry was great last game. 31 save shutout over Ottawa. He had been really poor before that in a few starts. Which Jarry are you going to get? Pittsburgh, that Ottawa game ended a 7-game overrun for them. We'll see if that picks up again. That's what I like here is over 5. This wouldn't have been an over for me at 6 or 6.5, but we're getting 5.5 here. 3 straight meetings in the series have had at least 6 goals. 4 of the last 5 have had at least 6 goals between these two teams. And I think for the Blues against a lesser team, against, like Pittsburgh after these games against Detroit and Colorado, which took on that playoff feel, this could be a little bit looser defensively for them. I get that sense. They just might be a little bit off their game and a little loose, defensively. So it could open the door for Pittsburgh, namely the Crosby, Raquel, Rust line, which has carried them, all season. It's the one line that's any good on their team. That could open the door for Pittsburgh to score. Plus, they get Hofer instead of Binnington. But I think the Blues will find ways to put the puck in the net too against this weak Pittsburgh defense. And one thing about Jari, when he has a great game, what goes up usually comes back down, especially this season when it comes to him. So I'll go over 5.5 here, minus 114.
Over 5.5 at minus 114. A big shout out to our guys, the Truth Teller, now a PSR Gold member. He will be racing, and Browns Hughes he's been a member for a long time, so getting his membership back going with us. Thank you guys so much. It means a ton to us. Bobano on the over 5.5 in Pittsburgh, St. Louis. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 8 p.m. Eastern. Nashville Predators 27-40-8, 9-24-5 on the road at the Dallas Stars 49-21-4, 27-7-2 at home at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. I had UC Saros listed. They can't put him in, can they? They've been playing a Ninin. How do you pronounce it? Is it a
Eustace Onanen? And I've been calling him Useless Onanen because he was really playing badly. But lately, he's actually been better, and he's been better than Saros.
He's clearly been better than Saros. And we just watched Saros allow us 7 goals in 2 periods, and then Justice come in and step up. You know, he held the fort. He allowed 1 goal in that 3rd period. So I got to think that Saros is not in net here. Ottinger on the other side listed 35-15-3, 2.47 goals against average, 9-11 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Nashville power play 21.2%, penalty killing 80.5%. Dallas power play 22.5%, penalty killing 84.7%. You know, if I had to pick one team right now to win the Stanley Cup, you guys already know I'm on them. I've been trying to get you guys on them. It's the Dallas Stars. They're the team. I know that we kind of battled a bit a couple weeks ago.
Few games. They're not even playing that well the last few games, and they're winning.
Winning by margin.
Yeah, they are. Like, they're getting outshot and outchanced every game. And I've watched the flow of play is going against them. But the goalie's been good. They've hung in there. They've not given up the goal. And when they don't need many chances, they don't need many shots to score, Dallas. That's how good they've been offensively. That's how much depth they have.
Oh God, are they good? Are they deep? This is
so people. I know people are going to look to fade them because they're saying, this team's getting outshot every game and outchanced every game. Well, the goalie's good, and when they get their chances, even though it's fewer shots than the opponent, they're making good on them.
Well, look who they have on this roster. I mean, this team is just they have everything. They have everything for me. Now, look, they need Heiskanen back. And we've been told he's not going to make it, at least for the first round of the playoffs. So will he even be able to come back second round? You never know with these knee injuries. Tyler Seguin could play right now, but he's not going to, because of the LITR. Stam Steele is got an undisclosed day-to-day issue right now, but they have so much depth. Then we go over to the Predators, coming off their 4th straight loss, 8-4 the Jackets on Tuesday. Remember, I told you guys, they had played to 11 unders in their last 12 games, and then they allow 8 on Tuesday. It was horrific. The Stars have won 6 straight, and they are a wagon, and they have motivation. When will that motivation end? That's a question.
They can win the Central Division. They're 4 back of Winnipeg, and they have 1 head-to-head game with the Jets still left.
And the Jets are in Vegas tonight with both teams coming off of losses. So there's motivation there right now. I thought about the under in this one. Now, I'm happy I didn't move on it. It opened up at 6. It moved to 6.5. I thought about it, and then I was like, well, that's not the right way to handle this. On the money line right now, and I picked the wrong time to bet it, I imagine, because I've seen the line move back. On the money line right now, the Stars are minus 286. They opened up at minus 289. And I moved on the puck line. I got the puck line minus 1.5, minus 109. I imagine that it's going to be a team total look. That would be the other way of handling this. And I'm just comfortable with the puck line. The puck line's actually moved to cent as this line, the money line's moved down. It's actually minus 110 now on the minus 1.5. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Predators, Stars, American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. One last thing. Sorry, Bobano. I meant to say when I was talking about Nashville, they're a fucking mess. We know Will's being allowed on to be out all year. Who cares? It's not a big deal. But Roman Yossi's not coming back now. Right. Colton Sissons is character. He's got hands of stone. But he can win face-offs. He's tough. He's fast. And then now Marchessault, who has 1 assist in his last 10 games, is day-to-day. Stamkos is invisible. This team is a fucking mess. Not trying mess that wants the season to end. Take it away, Bobano.
Yeah, I mean, it is a mess. There's no doubt. There's been a disaster season, considering the preseason expectations. There's no doubt. And the way that road trip ended, losing to Philly, losing to Columbus, they've now lost 4 in a row. It's not going to get any easier against Dallas. I just don't know if I love the spot for the Stars. They're off the 4-game road trip. And you remember their most recent homestand. They played Philly. They had to go to overtime. They played Anaheim. They had to go to overtime. They did not win these home games easily. And Nashville's actually gone into Dallas and beaten the Stars 3 times in a row here in Dallas. It's weird. You wouldn't expect that, but Nashville's played well here. That's enough to keep me off. Obviously, I would only bet Dallas, but don't love the value. Don't love the price. Don't love the spot for Dallas. So I made the decision to pass here.
I can understand that. And again, we hammer this so much in NBA and NHL. Shout out to Browns Hughes, upgrade his membership to PSR Gold. He will be racing today for both the shirt and for the entry into our playoff pool. Look, my best bet yesterday by far was the LA Clippers first quarter team total under 29.5 because they had 1 day off flying home. 1 day off. If a team has 1 day off and they have to play again the next day, they just don't come ready to go. Now, thank God for you guys. You guys, I kept saying I want to get in on Pelicans. I want to get on Pelicans. You guys were saying Pelicans are ass. Don't do it. Don't do it. And I listened, and I found the best bet on the entire board. Now, look, Brizzy's 10-1 on Castle double. That was the best bet on the board. But the easiest, no sweater. The Clippers didn't score for 3 minutes. Here is different for me because they finished on Monday. And they flew home on Tuesday, and they had Wednesday off. That's what I need. So, but I can understand the thought process that you have as well. Coming back, first game after a road trip. But the motivation is there, and I like it. Let's roll on. I'm on the Stars puck line. Now, that concludes my 4 bets. There's 2 more I'd like to make, but we need to talk them out. 9 p.m. Eastern, LA Kings 42-23-9, 14-19-5 on the road at the Utah Hockey Club, 34-29-12, 16-14-7 at home. We're at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Darcy Kemper versus Karel Vejmelka. Kemper had that speed bump in the middle of the year. He's back playing very, very well. He's got a great defensive team in front of him. And Vejmelka has been good this year. He's been good. Our thoughts go out to Connor Ingram. It's sad what's gone on with him. So our thoughts are with him as he's left the team, and hopefully we'll be back next year. Let's get into the line history here. We have these. I got the puck line up. Let me just quickly move over to money line. These Los Angeles Kings playing very good hockey, except they are on the road, which has been a problem. They open up at -130. They're now -124. -130 now -124. When we get to the total. In this, we have a 5.5, -110 to the under. Open up -106 to the under. A 4-cent move towards the under. Both penalty kills are very strong. The Kings' power play has been a little bit better of late. Utah's power play has been, they got snipers. 21.4%. Sergachev at the point, and Gunther and Cooley, amongst others. The Kings coming off their second straight win, 4-1 at home over the Jets on Tuesday. Tanner Jeannot and Alex Turcotte are week to week. Both are expected to be back before the regular season is over. Both would be in the lineup if they had a playoff. Both are part of the starting 12 forwards, especially Jeannot for toughness. Utah comes in off their second straight win, 3-1 at home over the Flames on Tuesday. Look, I was on them. I've read Utah very well this year. Left winger Liam O'Brien is expected to be out for the rest of the season. Ole Mata is day-to-day with a lower body injury. AM on the under 5.5. That is a great look. That is a great look. By the way, Jeff Slaughter moving on. Pedro Martinez -0.5 at -115 in the ATP. Says Wawrinka, 40 years old, just played a big match yesterday. Don't think he will hang. Nasty Nate has tailed him in that one. That under 5.5 is interesting. I couldn't get to either side on this one. Bobano, take it away, Kings, Utah.
Kind of the way I feel. LA coming off the home win against Winnipeg. They're not as good on the road. We know that. We don't have goalie confirmations either. And Vejmelka was really good, obviously, against Calgary. He's the reason they beat the Flames. I thought the Flames, one hell of an effort on a brutal back-to-back. And Vejmelka is the main reason Utah won that game. Kemper projected, but neither one confirmed as of yet. LA is the better team. It seems cheap, but again, it's been all season long a bit of a different team on the road compared to at home. And Utah at least showed me the other night that even though they're not making the playoffs, the effort's still been there. They beat Chicago. They beat Calgary. We'll see. And at home here, did they want to close out the Delta Center first season at home strong? They probably do. So, yeah, I'm with you here. It's a stay away from me, right? I lean under, but stay away from me. No bet.
I might get to the under. I think AM's got a sharp look there. I might get there. Let's move on. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. This is a game where I need your help. I need everybody's help. Anaheim Ducks 33-33-8, 14-16-6 on the road. The Calgary Flames 35-27-12, 19-12-5 at home. We're at Scotiabank Saddledome, Calgary, Alberta. I don't believe in the Flames at all, and I've done well fading them. I faded them again. Didn't care how expensive it was. I had Utah -1. And I want to be on the Ducks so badly. But I also don't want to be dumb. This is the time of year where we make money. And Calgary has shown character this year. They've shown a lot of character there. I had their team total under regular season. I lost that. I believe I lost that already. Dostal versus Wolf. Dostal has been struggling a bit late in the year, but he doesn't have a group of defensive forwards in front of him. And his defense is young and talented. Dustin Wolf, 909 save percentage. He's been a little better of late. Looked like he was dealing with. It's just, these kids coming in having to take on 55, 60 games. It's very, very difficult. Anaheim power play 12.6 has been a problem all year. 73.6% penalty killing. Calgary power play 20.9%, 75.1% penalty killing. Ducks coming up their third win in 4 games, 4-3 in a shootout over the Sharks on Tuesday. I knew to stay off of them there. I had them against the Rangers, but I wanted the over in Ducks Sharks, and I didn't move on that. And then 3-1 in the first period, no goals in the second period, then it goes over in the third period. Fabry's going to miss the rest of the season, as will Ross Johnson and Brock McGinn. That's fine. Now, Fabry would be playing if he was healthy, but the others, it's fine. Flames coming up their third loss in 4 games, 3-1 at Utah on Tuesday. Connor Zeri's week to week with a knee injury. I'd hold him out for the rest of the season. He is a young sniper, very talented. He's going to be replaced by Igor Sharangovich. What a fall for the Belarusian. I mean, last year they were talking about how he was their best player. This year he's a healthy scratch at times. I want the Ducks. I want him, but I don't know if I need to move on them. I don't know if I need to make a stand. And if you question Calgary's character, you lose. They show you they have character. There's been an 8-cent move towards the over. And then on the money line here, we have the Flames at -154. They open up at -162, a slight move towards the Ducks. I want the Ducks. I want them. Redbeard says Flame spot. Steve G says Flames. Slatsy says Flames 6-1 last 7 versus the Ducks. Bobano, I'm all ears. Take it away.
Yeah, this is one where I'm scared to take Calgary as well. Because look, if it feels like one of the reasons why Vancouver lost last night is because they ran out of gas physically, emotionally, mentally. You could tell the grind of that road trip was just too much. They left it all out on the ice to try to make the playoffs. They had a couple of games that they could have won and they should have won, but they didn't. When you think of the Ranger game that they dominated and Shesterkin kind of stole it. When you think about the Columbus game where they were up 3-0 and they ended up losing in a shootout, but the effort was there. You could tell it. The team was trying every single game and playing leaving it all out on the ice, and they had nothing in the tank last night against Seattle. And it didn't help that useless tit EP40, because of some soreness, decided I'm taking my ball and going home and not playing in the biggest games of my team's season. That's a disgrace, as I've said on the Ice Guys show a million times. But that's neither here nor there. Vancouver ran out of gas. I worry about that a little bit with Calgary, because that was a tough, grueling back-to-back. Colorado and Utah. They left it all out on the ice. The comeback against the Avs, getting it to within a goal against Utah, peppering Vejmelka, only to fall short and the empty netter put it away. Do they run out of gas and steam a little bit physically and mentally, emotionally here tonight back home against Anaheim, even though they're still very much right in it? Now, and that's what's the difference between Calgary and Vancouver. Vancouver is further out. Calgary's still very much alive and probably a better chance of catching Minnesota now at this point. So it's a tricky game all around. I'm not comfortable laying -165 with Calgary. I'm not comfortable fading this team in their heart either. So there's another pass for me.
It might end up being a pass for me as well. Although
Calgary has owned Anaheim. That's another factor too, because my initial thought was Anaheim too had taken a shot at this price, but Calgary's owned them. Calgary has done well head-to-head versus I think something like five of the last 6 they've won.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's roll on. We have 2 games left. Next up for us is a tricky game. 10 p.m. Eastern. Now, Winnipeg Jets at Vegas Golden Knights. Both teams are coming in off underwhelming losses, which is tricky when we're talking about elite hockey teams. Although I do think, Winnipeg is better than Vegas. But look, Vegas is a really good hockey team. Eichel's just phenomenal. I could just sit here and wax on Eichel. God damn, is he fucking good. What Sabres are just classless fucking idiots to let go of a diamond like him and Sammy Reinhart. Jets coming off 4-1 loss to the Kings on Tuesday, snapping their 3-game winning streak. Knights coming off having their 6-game winning streak, snapping their 3-2 loss at home versus the Oilers on Tuesday. Honestly, I think he's my favorite player to watch in the NHL, Eichel. Just the way he sees the ice with his peripheral vision, the way he's on the power play. I only watch him. He's just fucking incredible. Hellebuck versus Aiden Hill. Hellebuck 43-11-3, 2.02 goals against average, 924 save percentage, 7 shutouts. On his way to another Vezina, we think. Aiden Hill 29-12-5, 2.47 goals against average, 908 save percentage, 4 shutouts. We have the 2 best power plays in the National Hockey League. Now, Colorado's power play surprisingly has improved without Rantanen and with Nate just there. It got up to 36% before last night's kind of no-show on the power play. Then we have Winnipeg. So Vegas' power play has been incredible. It's just been getting better and better as the season goes on. Winnipeg's power play was the best in the NHL. Has come back. And Vegas' penalty killing is poor. I do believe that will hurt them in the long run. To add difficulty to this game, you could say, look, Winnipeg has to win. They have to stay ahead of Dallas. That's fair. But Winnipeg also now has no Luke Shen. He's day-to-day. Rasmus Kupari, a center. So Neil Pionk out and Gabe Velarde. Those are 2 centers that would be in the lineup and 2 defensemen that are important to the team in Luke Shen and Neil Pionk. And then you have Vegas. They're missing Alex Pietrangelo, who will be back very soon, but he's not back tonight. And they're missing Thomas Hurdle, who I don't think will come back until the playoffs start. Sportsman of the Year says Jets money line. Maybe it should be the Jets money line. Maybe if we come down to a spot where we're talking about, who truly has the motivation, maybe the Jets have more motivation to ensure that they stay ahead of Dallas. Remember, Dallas is down back 4 points with 1 game in hand. Do the Jets have much more motivation than Vegas here? Is this a simple cap that I'm complicating, which I shouldn't complicate? Is this just bet the Jets because they need to win this hockey game? Right now, the Jets opened up at plus 108. They're plus 110. And this total right now, here we go. Sorry, this total is at 5.5 minus 114 to the under. A 4-cent move towards the under. Bobano, take it away.
Yeah, this is one where Winnipeg off a loss, I don't like fading them. I don't. They've been excellent off a loss this year. You look at their recent games. They lose at Vancouver. They beat Edmonton. They lose to Buffalo. They beat Washington. They've just been very good off a loss. But I don't really want to fade Vegas off a home loss, playing at home again where they're 27-8-3, on the season. And they've owned Winnipeg. They've won 9 straight head-to-heads, the Vegas Golden Knights over the Winnipeg Jets. I'd probably lean to Vegas here a little bit if I had to, but you mentioned it. They couldn't get over the hump against Edmonton last night because, Hurdle's a big loss the way he had been playing. He had been scoring in bunches for Vegas. They missed him. They missed Pietrangelo and the way he moves that puck up the ice. So they're a little bit depleted right now. They're not at full strength. Winnipeg, the urgency, I think, might ramp up for them, too, tonight, knowing Dallas is right on their heels again for 4 points out for the division. So this is a game I'm going to stay off. It's another pass.
God, I think after the cap, I just think it's the Jets. I think that the motivation trumps everything. And is it fair for us to say at this point, with Vegas 5 points up on the Kings, I guess that's not enough.
That's right? Not insurmountable. And off a loss, and I know Cassidy wasn't thrilled with his team the other night against Edmonton, especially the second period and the penalties they took. So that's why I'm off the game. I think both teams there's some onus to play well, to win, to get 2 points.
I may end up on the Jets. I'm going to have to think about this more. That wasn't the plan, and I love my action, so I'll have to figure this out. Final spot on the board here for NHL with Mr. Ian Cameron, star of the Ice Guys, and I get a chance to be on the Ice Guys this Sunday, April 6th. Very excited about that.
The Ice Guys, we got a live bet cast tonight. Now, it's Patreon members only. It's $10 a month, the Patreon page. It's cheap. You get everything. You get bonus content. You get our card every day posted, sides, totals, player props every day. Me, Alex B. Smith, my colleague, any guests we have on, we post the bets that they're on. The betcast is there for the members tonight, live betcast. And also, what else was I going to say? There's live chat rooms now on the Patreon page as well, so the members can interact, talk hockey throughout the night, post your picks, all that. Like I said, bonus content. We're doing more player interviews in the off season. Those will be Patreon exclusive. So make sure you check that out. And if you want to be on the part of the betcast tonight, patreon.com/iceguys. Again, just $10 per month. And as Jimmy just mentioned, he will be on the show Sunday with us at noon Eastern. Looking forward to that.
It's a beautiful card. It is a pack card, and where the in between March Madness, Final Four, it's all focus on NHL on Sunday. Final spot on the board for Bobano and I. Edmonton Oilers and San Jose Sharks. Oilers 43, 26-5, 20-14-2 on the road at the San Jose Sharks. 20-44-10, 12-30, 23-2 at home. San Jose, California. I think that this line is very telling. The Oilers cared very much about that game in Vegas. And I watched every second of that game. The Oilers were no-shows in the first period. They were lucky to be down 1-0. They scored that early goal. Wallman's first in Oiler uniform. That was kind of fortunate to go in. And then they kind of took over the game. They had one shot, I believe, in that first period. And then they took over the game. Rez Mob and I cashed the under 6.5, which was really important to the evening. And Edmonton used a ton of energy. And we knew that they would. They're playing without McDavid. But this injury list is getting more and more difficult for them to deal with. Skinner out, right? So we have Pickard playing. You have Ekholm out, and they're going to probably wait and get him ready for the playoffs. Klingberg out, who's not as important, but when Ekholm's out, he becomes more important. Regula, depth defenseman, out for the rest of the season. It doesn't really matter. So they're dealing with injuries. The Sharks have been dealing with these defensemen being out. Desharnais, Schultz, Thrun, and Ruda. Now Mukamudlin is going to be possibly
Mukamudlin. I know that's a tough name. Yeah,
but he's going to be out now. It looks like. God, it's just too much. But they're used to having those 4 defensemen out. So with all of that being said, this is not a good spot for the Oilers. This is a spot where they could mess it up. And you can tell because Sharks first period plus a half is very expensive. It's minus 150. Where in any other time, even as at home, they're playing the Oilers with a healthy. This would easily be a minus 120, minus 1. You would easily get in on first period plus half. So I think that the Sharks. Now I needed to talk this out because this is, it's a dangerous bet.
Oilers are 11-1 versus the Sharks. That's the issue for me.
But that even works perfectly again. This is not a spot. They're going to come in lackadaisical.
Sleepy,
they just took out Vegas in Las Vegas. The Sharks are a fucking mat that they stomp on.
How bad do they want home ice? I'm not so sure because they're being careful with McDavid. They're being careful with Ekholm. Yeah,
they are like the Panthers.
Yeah,
they believe that they can beat any team in the National Hockey League as long as they're healthy.
Skinner too. Skinner, he's still out.
Yep. He's out, yeah. So it's Pickard, who I think is pretty much the same. We have a move towards the Oilers, but it didn't happen for a while. Minus 259 to minus 274. There was no move into the Oilers until like 9:45 this morning. And then from a total standpoint here, we have a 6.5. It's juiced to the over at minus 115. Opened up at minus 103. 12-cent move to the over. I want the Sharks first period, and I would have to bet the money line. And I don't know if I can pull the trigger. They come off their third straight loss, 4-3 in the shootout at the Ducks on Tuesday. It was a much better showing than the previous 2 games. 8-1 at LA on Sunday, 6-1 at home to the Rangers on Saturday. The power play 19.1%, penalty killing 74.2%. I think this is a lazy spot for the Edmonton Oilers here. Take it away, Bobano.
I agree a lot with that, but I'm going about it a completely different way. I'm just attacking team totals with San Jose because this defense, and you mentioned it, it is horrific. You can't even describe how weak this blue line is right now for the San Jose, and it's showing. Look at what they've given up here these last few games. 8 goals to the Kings, 4 to Anaheim in a loss, 6 to the Rangers who haven't been good for weeks, if not months. This is a bad blue line. It's a depleted mess of a blue line. I agree with what you're saying about Edmonton. It's not a great spot for them. And I think they could be a little dopey here, sleepwalk in this game. But I'm only trusting San Jose offensively in this game. I don't know if I trust them to shut the door. So I'm going with 4 bets in this game here. 4. I'm going with San Jose to get a goal in the first period at minus 138. So San Jose to score a goal in the first period at minus 138. Notice that I'm taking that, not the money line or the puck line. I don't want to trust their defense. I don't want to trust that stiff Georgiev in net either. I want to trust just the offense to take advantage of a sleepy Edmonton team. So San Jose to score minus 138 in the first period. Team total for the game, San Jose over 2.5 plus 100, even money. And I'm going to go first period, full game over in this game because I think it's going to be just one of those slot fest type of games. I don't think Edmonton's going to have defensive intensity tonight, and I think San Jose can take advantage of that. And I still think Edmonton can score their share of goals because they always score against San Jose, and this is a depleted blue line, big time for the Sharks. So over 1.5 minus 140 first period, over 6.5 plus 100 full game.
I love it. One thing though that I think is very important for this is that the Kings put up 8 goals after they lost 3-1 to the Leafs on Hockey Night in Canada.
Oh, yeah, you got LA in a focus spot. Yeah.
The Rangers put up 6 goals on the Sharks after the Ducks came back on them and
Focus
shocked
spot,
them
correct.
4-2 and then won in
Got
overtime.
to focus. I get where you're going with that. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't think I completely
I
understand
agree
your
with
ask.
that. I think San Jose gives Edmonton a tough game. I think this is, you know what this is tonight, this game? This is Toronto, San Jose last week, the sequel. Pond hockey, up and down the ice, 6-5 Sharks, 6-5 Oilers in overtime or a shootout, something like that. I think that's the way this game's going to go.
Do you think Edmonton can play like that without McDavid and without now a new just
Yes,
being
they can
phenomenal?
because they have Leon there. Leon can just single-handedly, carry this offense on his back, and he's shown signs of doing that now multiple games. The Vegas game. What was the Calgary comeback on Saturday? That was all Leon. When you got Leon, you can score goals. Yep.
With Nuge
Yeah.
playing the McDavid role of setting
That's
him
right.
up on the
Yeah.
wing for the one-timer. It's not Draisaitl doesn't take over games,
Yeah.
but he's
And a motivated
phenomenal.
Leon. I think he wants the Hart Trophy. He certainly is playing like it.
He is playing like it. Great stuff from Bobano. Let's review all action here. And don't forget the Big Ice Guys live stream tonight. And then I have the pleasure of rocking with the Ice Guys on Sunday. Bobano in Boston, Montreal. First period over 1.5 minus 115. Full game over 5.5 minus 115. I'm on the Canadians -1 at minus 120. In the Tampa, Ottawa. Bobano's on the Senators money line minus 130. First period over 1.5 minus 116. Full game over 5.5 minus 124. I'm on the I have Senators.
I'm on the Lightning
Yeah.
with you. Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry. Lightning.
Minus 130, by the way,
Yeah,
it was for
minus
me on the Lightning.
130. I'm on the Lightning -1 at plus 141. Then in Colorado, Columbus, Bobano's on the Jackets first period plus 118, full game plus 128. Jackets team total over 3 minus 110. First period over 1.5 minus 135. Full game over 6.5 at even money. I'm on the Blue Jackets money line at plus 124. Bobano's on the over 5.5. Pittsburgh, St. Louis. I'm off. Bobano's off. Nashville, Dallas. I'm on the Stars on the puck line.
And I'm going to add, there's one draw that I'm going to add. I was on the fence. I'm adding it. And it's one of the games we were on the fence about. I'm going to go with the draw. Anaheim, Calgary, plus 332. Calgary's been a draw team. Anaheim's had some draws lately. I think it's a close game. They've played some close games. So that's my one draw bet on the card. Ducks, Flames, plus 332.
You got it locked in. The under 5.5 that AM's on in LA, Utah is appealing. It's quite appealing, and I might get there. As we just heard, draw 332 for Anaheim, Calgary for Bobano. And then do I move on the Jets? I'm going to sit with that for several hours. Again, it's the late game. And then do I move on the Sharks first period? The answer is yes. I'm going to bet the Sharks first period. I'm not going to bet it immediately or anything like that. I'm kind of curious to see
I'm
what happens.
technically on them first period, but I went the route of just score a goal because that's what I trust. I don't fully trust the D for them.
Yeah. No, it makes absolute sense. Now, if the most recent defenseman who I've struggled pronouncing the name of, if he is also not in line, that sucks because they started getting used to the other 4 being out.
Yeah, Mock Medulin. Yep.
Mamak Madulin. Bobano on San Jose first period team total for a goal. San Jose first period goal minus 138. San Jose team total over 2.5 at even money. First period over 1.5 minus 140. Full game over 6.5 at even money. I will be on the San Jose Sharks first period. That concludes our NHL coverage here for Thursday, April 3rd. Bobano, excellent work.
Try to get something close to last week, and I'll be happy. That was a hell of a week last week.
It was a monstrous week. I know you'll be in the black when it's all said and done. It's not a sprint. We know that. It's a marathon, and we're going to get that cash. Bobano, also, we have the Hitting the Books. He started the Hitting the Books YouTube channel. Tell us what's going on with Hitting the Books, because I know that you'll be moving into MLB, so let us know what's going on there.
We are indeed. I mean, we've got a couple more shows for college basketball. We'll do a Final Four show on Saturday morning, 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern. Monday, we'll do a championship game preview show. But other than that, play ball. It's baseball season for the Hitting the Books channel. So Connor Mack and I will be with you 2-3 days a week, Monday to Friday, depending on how many night games there are, because we do the show 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. If there's a bunch of night games, we'll do a show. If there's only like today, 2 or 3 night games, we won't have a show. So that's the way it'll be. It'll be days when there's a lot of night games. So 2 to 3 days a week on average. MLB Hitting the Books shows throughout the baseball season for me and Connor Mack on the Hitting the Books YouTube channel. Check it out.
I love it. I love it. Excellent work. Can't wait to rock with you on the ice, guys. And everyone, don't forget the NBA OG show that
Yes.
Bobano stars on as well on the Ski Profit YouTube channel. Bobano, excellent work. Excellent work. We put on a show last week, and this is our time of year. It's not it doesn't have to be an outlier. We're locked in. Any last words for the Capper Sporting Show?
No, just it's a great time of year. We got the playoffs coming up, NHL, NBA, MLB in full swing. Final Four this weekend. It's a great time to be doing this. Let's make that money, get that cash. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Hit the like button, Jimmy. Have a great night. Good luck, and we'll see you Sunday. Jimmy the Bag joining us on the Ice Guys Sunday, noon Eastern. Be there.
I'm very excited to be joining the boys. So here we go. We have our guy Vaughn Polo on his way to the Orioles game right now. It says, wish I had a pick to make a bet. We've already heard that our guy BJ, best bet, Orioles money line. Orioles money line here is the best bet. Also, Grizzlies money line. Ronnie Crawford's come in with his plays of the day. Hockey, Tampa Bay, basketball, Golden State. And then we have, so that's up against the Lakers. That's going to be a fun breakdown. And then we have the spreadsheet. A dog in MLB is the Arizona Diamondbacks. Troy Torrance has come in with his best bet, Twins money line for 2 units. So let's get ready to roll. Jose will be joining us here in a couple minutes. We have a 5-game MLB card. And for the first time all year, I moved on a game before coming to the show. And the line moved immediately against me. Now, the first 5 has come back as to where I bet it, but that made me extremely uncomfortable that this is the first time I've moved without the Village. Also, it's been a rough week for me, so the joys of week 1 are gone, and we're going to have to get that cash today. Please welcome the star of Major League Baseball capping here on our channel. He is the host of Say Hey Plays that are coming here this weekend. Next weekend. Starting off, we have live streams and more coming up. Please welcome from San Jose, Texas, in our home studio in the Southtown 101, our friend Mr. Jose Bouquett to the show. Jose, how are you?
I'm good, Jimmy. A little discombobulated to start, but Jesus. But we're doing all right. Can't complain.
Well, let's get to work, my friend. We have a 5-game card and a lot of spots that are available to attack, and I have doubled down on one early. I would like to only move on the first 3 if it's a double up. I would like that to be my new thing, because I've lost a few first 3s over the last 48 hours where the full game cashed. I cut the first 5s. I don't know exactly why. I think then first 3s should be acceptable just because I have a better ROI on them than the first 5s, which is valid. But I do am hoping that I can start this today. I'm hoping I can start this today. We have action from cappers in the chat. Let's touch on that here. We have, let me move over. Here we go. We have Bryce Harper over 1.5 bases, his stacks play today, which we'll talk about here shortly. We have, I guess not as much. Here we go. Big Scott on the Baltimore Orioles to get us started. He's also on Harper over 1.5 bases. We have Spooner on Orioles team total over 4.5. He's also on Astros and Schwarber over 1.5 bases. We have 9 Legacy on Baltimore money line, expecting to roll with Baltimore. Jaron Duran play of the day over 1.5 bases for Crystal Craig after cashing yesterday. We have Philly Eagle Flyer on the Tide after 2 in Astros Twins at plus 152. Redbeard is on the under 9.5 in this Orioles game. He's also on the over 9.5 in the Phillies game. And Wine Time Sports gave his birthday pick to Sweaty Butcher and to the Truth Teller, and that is on the Baltimore Orioles money line. Troy Torrance says there's been 2 instances in the past 2 years where the total was under 8 in Camden, following a game where the total was over 9. Both games went over by 8+ runs. The Hold My Nuts parlay is in from Robert Cherry as well, and that includes the Baltimore Orioles. So let's get to work here and set this one up. We have Houck and Charlie Morton. Houck did not get his season off to the start he was hoping. At Texas, 5 2/3, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Last year, he was very good, very consistent. 9 10, 3.12 ERA, 178 2/3. He had a 1.14 whip. He was very strong, but off to a poor start. Then we have Charlie Morton, also off to a poor start. At the Toronto Blue Jays, he could only make it through at 3 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 1 walk, and 3 Ks. Last year, he was worse on the road than he was at home, but that home was not Camden. That home was in Atlanta at Truist. Now we have him here in a new home, but one he should be good at. Last year, he was a serviceable 4.19 ERA, 1.32 whip. Let's get into the line history here and the cash flow, and then hand it over to Jose Bouquett. From a line history standpoint, sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, I didn't have these up. And let's also get up the weather here in Baltimore. Von Polo on his way to the game right now. What a great day that's going to be.
Yeah. For his sake, I hope it's good weather.
It is. It's beautiful.
Good.
Overcast, 75 Fahrenheit, but 71. It feels like 71 at first pitch. 75 Fahrenheit gets up to 79. Feels a little bit colder, and it's blowing out. It's blowing out to right center. 14.3 miles per hour. Gets up to 15.2, and it goes back to 14.3. From a money line standpoint, we have the Baltimore Orioles at -123. They opened up as a dog. A 24-cent move to the Baltimore Orioles from +101 to -123. From a total standpoint here, we have a 9.5. It's a 9.5 juice to the under. This opened up at 9, went up to 9.5, dropped back to 9, then got up to 9.5, which is where it is now. So we have a move towards the over. Now, it was juiced. The opener 9 was juiced to the over, so everybody was expecting it to get to 9.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, before we hand it over to Jose for the first of 5 MLB games here, we have, there we go. And over here, we have the Baltimore Orioles have 59% of the tickets and 48% of the cash. Not very public. On the total, though, 95 and 95 on the over. Take it away for us, Jose. A very exciting one to get us started. Red Sox, Orioles.
Yeah, so and Jimmy again, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Great, beautiful. So yeah, well, the only thing I did right yesterday was betting on the Red Sox. That was nice. Semi-sweat free. Orioles get blanked the yesterday. Jimmy, correct me if I'm wrong. I saw news this morning, but I haven't been able to check RotoWire. And I'm sure we have confirmed lineups already. Gunnar Henderson, are we seeing Gunnar today, or is he coming tomorrow?
Let's pull this up right now.
Okay, confirmed lineup doesn't have him in, so he must be coming in tomorrow then.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, God, what a steal Gunnar was in the draft. I mean, come on. How did they? It's just ridiculous. Was he the last player picked? We have, yes, Mullins, Rutschman, Westberg, O'Hearn, O'Neill, Kerstad, Holiday, Urias, and Carlson. For the Red Sox, Duran, Devers, Bregman, Cassis, Story, Abreu, Campbell, Narvaez, and Rafaela.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good stuff happening around the Red Sox right now, so that's thrilling. But Tanner Houck is the one pitcher that I have a little concern about. His slider is not breaking as much as it was last year. I don't know. It's just his first half form is just not there yet. So I'll be interested to see. You can just check his slider break and see how that goes. And if it's 19 plus, then he's back to normal. If it's around 13, it's probably not a good sign. So I do think this is an Orioles spot, and I was just considering, like, how am I going to move on it? I was looking at my book here, Jimmy. It's not often, or at least you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see 9.5 totals and then both sides being 4.5 for their team total. It's typically 4.5 or something like that. Red Sox and and Orioles both 4.5 here, -115 for me. So I don't know. I was gonna go over here at the end of the day. I like Troy's outlook there of that market spot as well. I just haven't moved on anything yet. Maybe I'll move on the Orioles and the over here. Just nothing official for me yet, but I will figure that out here shortly.
Yeah, I think both spots make sense. We also may get the opportunity to live. Hunter Engelhardt says Sox totals undervalued against Morton. Spooner says DraftKings has -110 each side on team totals.
At 4.5 spoons,
Yeah.
I assume.
Let me see what I'm being offered here.
See, and the issue as well, the Red Sox have a full rested, ready bullpen. Now, is that bullpen like the greatest thing ever? No. But Garrett Whitlock's going to throw today. Most likely hasn't thrown since Monday. And that's the benefits of Crochet going 8 yesterday. And then Chapman came in for the close. Slayton also very good. Has not thrown since Monday. So that makes me a little wary here as well.
And what is your expectation of Houck? Is this a bounce back spot for him? Touch on both Houck and Morton.
Morton, I couldn't find his pitch count. I was looking for it, and maybe I need to look at MLB.com here again. But he threw about 50 pitches in spring training was his max, and he threw about 3 1/3, like you guys said, or like we saw here. So, do I expect him to go 5 innings here? Maybe. And Houck's again a little worrisome because of that. The stuff is just not as good as it was in the first half of last season. So that's a little worrisome on that end.
80 pitches.
Yeah, I just finally fucking found it too, which is hilarious after all that looking. I don't know. I think both these guys get touched up, honestly. And I do like the over in this game. I maybe I'm a little trepidatious because none of my totals have gone well to start this season. By the way, if you guys want a number behind that, I'm actually 3-2 on totals, which isn't too bad here. Actually, I need to refresh my shit. So give me a second there. But I lean over. I lean Orioles here. It just doesn't seem like this is a Red Sox day. I'm a little worried about Houck.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I guess when it comes down to it, I find the over more appealing than the side. So, but then it's expensive to pay for the 9, which I think is important. The 9 over 9 right now is a -127. That's expensive, but I think it might be worth it. I hate saying that, but
even first 5, 5.5, even money for me. First 5 spoons, by the way, great note there. 15-mile-an-hour winds blowing straight out. Troy Torrance mentioning division games go over. So yeah.
And also, Spooner had a great point about the Camden. More hitter friendly this year. They shortened the outfield fence and moved it in from last year. And the under for AM, under 9 -1/6 says, sounds like I'm the only one who likes it. Yeah, you're not the only one. We have
an AM. You can get a much better number than that now.
Yeah. Redbeard. It was Redbeard also liking the under in this one. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a decision around this. We have this game popping off in about 35-40 minutes here. And what would it cost me on this book for the 9?
And obviously, I'm definitely a little, a little trepidatious after yesterday getting my ass kicked a little bit. I could definitely feel that as well. Still confident, a little trepidatious after being slapped in the face there. So I am going to move on the Orioles here. It just feels like the market's saying that the Orioles are the spot, moving it all that way. Here I see -109 was the opener. So it's going to be very interesting. By the way, Hunter Engelhardt's very interesting bet. And these are his words, Jimmy's, not mine. Jose, let's make a bet where you got to go shirtless tomorrow. Casting couch green screen.
Oh, God.
Hunter, what's your bet here, Hunter?
All right. You guys can discuss that. Let's move on. I guess just before we move on, are the Orioles a spot that is worth moving on? I guess they are.
I think the Red Sox I think Rafael Devers is back after 2 hits yesterday as well.
Yeah,
I think
DHing.
he'll have a nice string of hits here, starting off 0 for 20. I think he'll come back to normal here. Again, it's just fucking tough to make an over bet for me. I never like making over bets, but I'll take the 9.5 minus 105 for me. I can't really fuck with the totals too much.
And what are you getting the 9.5 at?
Minus 105.
All right. I've got some decisions to make here, and I will do that. You're right, TJ. I can't. I mean, that's why I wouldn't. That's why the market move has not got me already on the Orioles. I can't trust Morton. You're absolutely right. I believe sometimes I can't register whether I've said a comment out loud or I've just read it. But again, this is what TJ said, and I apologize if I'm saying it for a second time. Both these pitchers, spin and break, were down. Moving on fastball, down. Hard to glean a ton from one start, but the spring numbers back it up on the over. But Wager Detective on the under, AM on the under, Redbeard on the under. Steven Jackson says just take the Orioles team total over. No, I would like to use both teams offensively here.
And I don't know how I think Houck's leash is going to be pretty short because, like I said, they've got Whitlock. He'll go multiple innings. The whole bullpen is rested. So I just, I considered first 5. I absolutely considered first 5 as well. But yeah, I'll just stick with full game. And if the Orioles win an under game, just know I'll be the fucking most angry man in San Antonio.
And you're getting a 5.5, not a 5 on the.
Yep, 5.5. Yeah, plus money. I think it was even money I saw.
Yeah.
So it just makes it feel like it's saying over and Orioles here. And BJ, and if it says an Orioles and an under win, the first thing I'm going to think of is why didn't I just roll with BJ and company? Troy, I believe, is on the Orioles as well. I will be fucking pissed. Trust me.
And BJ says trusting the market simple. Yeah, no, I get it, and we watch you succeed with it over and over and over again. Food for thought. We have 36 minutes before first pitch. Let's move on to our next early game here, and 2 and more pitchers that are very vulnerable. We expect Antonio Senzatella here. Barely saw him in 2024. We did see him here in 2025. He threw 4 1/3 at Tampa Bay, a weak hitting Tampa Bay squad. 9 hits, but no earned runs. Didn't strike out a batter either. This is Senzatella is not a pitcher I trust. We haven't seen Senzatella pitch, honestly, since 2022. He's had 6 starts since 2022, and he was terrible in 2022. I mean, it's the only reason why anyone thinks Senzatella is good is because of a vividness bias on 12 starts in 2020. Other than that, he's looked bad, and he's not to be trusted. That is Senzatella. And now, not to be trusted, pitcher number 2, Taijuan Walker, 32 years old. When I think of him as a 38-year-old journeyman. He was horrific last year. Now, that wasn't, you could say this was an outlier season. He was dealing with some injuries. He was so bad. 3-7, 7.10 ERA, the whip at 1.72 whip. His career whip's 1.27. He was atrocious last year. As bad as imaginable. And now he's just this spot starter for a very good baseball team. So there we go. Let's set this one up. We heard all the talk of, him working with Scherzer and how much that helped them and all that stuff, but we certainly didn't see it. Let's get to the line history here. We have and let's touch on the weather here in Philly, of course. Sorry about that. In Philly today, we have 70 Fahrenheit. Feels like 67, so overcast, but 14.3 miles per hour to right center, just like we have here in the Red Sox Orioles ball game. Let's get to the lineups. They've already been confirmed for the Phillies: Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Bohm, Kepler, Castellanos, Real, Muto, Stott, and Marsh. For the Rockies: Doyle, Tovar, McMahon, Goodman, Toglia, Martini, Stallings, Moniak found a home, and then Freeman at second base. Get to this line history here. As I said, we have the 10 being hung right now. It is a 10 juice to the over at -109. Opened up at 9.5, moved up a half run to 10. When we get to the money line here, we have the Phillies at -207. They opened up at -212, so very, very slight move towards the Colorado Rockies. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 96% tickets, 97% cash on the over. On the money line, we have 92% tickets, 93% cash on the Philadelphia Phillies. So this is also the stacks play of the day, number one, and it is also the cash cow from Troy Torrance. I don't know if we have a cash cow. We gotta get. We have got to get that cash cow video that we had. But let's shout out our guy Justin McKelvey. Harper over 1.5 bases, and we heard Big Scott also on this Harper over 1.5 bases, and Tom Miggins is on Harper homer. And Troy says, "Wait, not yet." Not yet. I thought that this was. It says not yet. I thought this was the cash cow. I thought that's what was tweeted out. Oh, and he says I saw Troy was walking back Philly on X. Okay, interesting. Wow. Okay, that's crucial information. Crucial information. And let's shout out our guy, Mr. Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks. Stacks, 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 stacks.
I have
Choices.
more player props for you. Trey Turner over 2.5 hits, runs, and RBIs from our guy Matty Ice, the tame play of the day.
Huh. Very, very interesting. And Troy says, but still Phillies on the run line in the over 5.5 first.
I thought that 5.5 was light. I'm not going to lie to, but I'm not moving on it. So I like that look, Troy.
Well, take it away, Jose. I'm all ears.
Yeah, I'm not going to have much on this game. Taiwan Walker's first start. He got 5 spring training starts in. He got up to 88 pitches, but not a guy I want to back at -200. If I'm backing anything, it's definitely the Phillies team total here. Like I mentioned, and like Troy mentioned, Senzatella 9 hits, 2 walks, no Ks, somehow found a way to give up no runs in that game. I think that's a reflection on the Rays offense more than Antonio Senzatella's goodness. So I like the Phillies here to roll. It was a fucking tease and a half yesterday, that -300 fade, but yeah, Phillies roll here. I was a little surprised this isn't higher, honestly.
Wow.
I like the over, though.
I want to be involved. What do you prefer from the first 5 over or the full game over?
I would want full game over to maximize all of the bad pitchers the Rockies have. Because they have no one in the bullpen that will scare you back there, and they got runs hit off of them all yesterday. So Rockies bullpen, Angel Chavili and Seth Halverson both gave up runs yesterday because I was again on the Rockies in disappointing fashion. That leaves you with like Scott Alexander, Vodnik, Jimmy Herget. At least these guys are, I guess, rested. But it feels like there's going to be a lot of bullpen for the whole day. Like I see Senzatella throwing 4 innings here. So,
God, these are both appealing overs. Both very, very appealing overs. I guess when it comes to the bullpens, we're much more concerned about the over in the first game, Red Sox Orioles. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, because better bullpens there, both sides.
Excuse me. So, God, do I start with fucking double ups on such a short card? I don't know if I can do that. This Colorado bullpen is expected to be the second worst bullpen in Major League Baseball, and the Philadelphia bullpen is very, very good. Expected to be third overall in the league. Then the Boston bullpens are both so good and ready to go. I've got some decisions to make here. Irish King on Schwarber, 2 home runs at $50. That's going to pay out if it comes to fruition. Our guy AOD in the house. And Troy says, if you're playing an over, it must be Phillies. Phillies team total over. I find Taijuan Walker as vulnerable as Senzatella personally. So, all right, I've got decisions to make. We have 28 minutes until first pitch, but there's no concern here. I'll be able to get it in, and I'll be moving on it here shortly. Let's move on to our next spot on the board, Jose. So nothing official for you in Colorado, Philadelphia?
Yep.
Hunter Brown got me right in the ye old drink hole in his first start. Again, he seems to struggle early and then get his shit together. Whether that means he should only be bet live, I'm not sure. 6 innings, though. He did, he had a quality start. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 7 Ks. But it was not the best opener. He is a pitcher that I believe in very much, as you guys all know. And then we have Joe Ryan, another pitcher who many believe in. He looked strong in his first start at St. Louis, 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 5 Ks. He was excellent last season. These are 2 great young pitchers. Now, they've seen a lot of the opposition, which takes a little bit of the luster away. And Brown's being touched up by a few of these batters here in Minnesota. Larnach and Miranda have homers off of him. For Ryan, Yonder Alvarez destroys him. We have a 364 average, 1.644 OPS, 3 home runs. McCormick with a homer, Paredes with a homer, Rogers with a homer. So 2 young pitchers, but with a history against these squads. Our guy Gorky in the house. He is on your Boston Red Sox. Joe Todaro, Hunter Goodman over 1.5 bases for Colorado. And Troy Point says Houston got hammered in their first game of road trips this season. Justin McKelvey on the Astros, first 5 at plus money. And Troy Twine says, line moving towards home favorite with a total under 7.5. Bet the home team. Perfect sequencing from layer 1 to layer 5. Every variable added increases EV. Let's talk about the weather here in Minnesota. It's cold. 42 Fahrenheit. Feels like 33 at first pitch. Gets slightly warmer as the game goes on. It's blowing out to right field. 8.9 dies down to 7.4. We get to the money line here. We have Joe Ryan and the Twins minus 131. They opened up at minus 118, so we have 13 cents of movement towards the aforementioned home squad. Total wise, we have a 7. It's minus 114 to the over. This has been going from 7 and 7.5, 7 to 7.5. It opened up at 7. Overall, we've had just a tightening of VIG. It's really line has not moved. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 52% of the tickets and 68% cash on the Minnesota Twins. And then on the total, we have 97 and 97 on the over. Jose Bouquett, take us away.
Yeah, I think I'm going to join with the Twins. I like both of these pitchers. I really do. And it does kind of feel like this might be a slugfest for the first 6-7 innings of just 0-0 balls. Just going back and forth between these 2 pitchers. So I'm a little worried about that aspect. When does this game start again, Jimmy?
This game starts at 4:10 p.m. Eastern, 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, I wish this was the early game, so we could at least live bet the Twins here, because I felt this way about the Pirates game, Pepio versus Skeens. I was like, man, I should have just kind of waited and just waited till Skeens comes out of the ball game and then live bet the Rays then. But I don't know. It's going to be a difficult thing here. So for me to do, I'm obviously, unfortunately, just busy as fuck all the time. So I think I'll just end up taking the Rays here, or the Twins, minus 132, minus 133. It's not my favorite bet in the world again because of the juice. I don't love betting favorites, but I just think that Ryan goes out there, does the damn thing, and I continue to say that the Astros are not as good as they once were. Bullpen, by the way, pretty ready to go. Hader and Abreu will probably end up pitching today. So fuck, the Twins better be leading here. The more I talk about it, the more I hate the bet, I'll be honest. But I like an under. I like the Twins here. I'm going to move on the Twins here for sure.
Twins minus 132. TJ says, a very profitable situation for me over the years has been to back a good team on their first road game after being swept at home. I guess you could argue whether or not Houston is good. Houston money line for me. Redbeard says that first 5 under is smart. My guy Robert Cherry on Astros money line. AM on the over 7. And there's our guy Michael Piccioni in the house. Won the horse race yesterday. Yeah, we out of 440 other horses, Michael. 440 horses you wanted. Yes, please email pubsportsradio@gmail.com and just let us know where we can send it to. Shout out to our guy, Michael Piccioni. That's great. I love it.
And good point, by the way, Troy, putting a Texas team in the cold will be interesting. And I'm sure if you guys follow me on Twitter, you guys have seen this. I think the stupidest, just the dumbest thing a baseball team is trying or has tried this year is the Jose Altuve in the outfield experiment. I think that's going to go horribly. And Venezuelans do not do well in the cold. And now he's going to be standing around in the cold in the outfield. Okay. We'll go ahead and bet on a Jose Altuve error today as well. So I do like the Twins, and I'm on them.
The Twins here for Jose Bouquett. I'm just, putting my shit together for this Orioles game and the Rockies game here that's popping off in 20 minutes. I find the game very difficult. I can see the angles from either side making sense. And
I was close to, by the way, parlaying both those favorites, Twins, Orioles. So,
okay, let's roll on. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. I did not saturate it. I did sweep the board in NBA, but certainly left money on the table. Saturated. And I talked a little bit about it off the top of the show. I'm just, it's a problem for me. I get angry when a line moves that I haven't moved on it. I get, it's angry sometimes. Sometimes it's jealousy, and it fucks with my head, and I don't make bets that I should make here. Daby Cab cashing with Merrill yesterday. That was a great call. Daby Cab and Slaughter agreeing that the Altuve move does not make sense. Daby Cab says Alvarez 11 at bats and 4 runs against Ryan. Alvarez don't give a fuck. It's a little nippy out. Okay, all right. And Ronnie Crawford very quickly. So we discussed that Vegas game heavily. I started. It was a no bet for me with both teams coming off losses, but I've started leaning towards Winnipeg. I've started coming towards Winnipeg, and I think I probably get there.
God damn it.
Probably get there.
I'm going to move on to fucking Orioles right now as well. God, I'm putting myself in quite a position here. Minus 127 for me.
The term is perilous.
Yeah. I'm on the edge of glory and the edge of crippling defeat.
And Scump Blaster on Twins money line and Nerfy plus money here. Dougie Wise, it all depends on your bankroll. Before I went down to Costa Rica, I basically had $100 a day that I could use to gamble with. So I would bet parlays because that was my only chance to get a big score. So I that it all depends. And also I see cabbers with big bankrolls, much bigger than mine. Like Jeff Slaughter crushed a 5-gamer with the Ohtani Jack, a huge 5-teamer. So I have no problem with them at all. I can understand the issues around EV with them, but look, this is supposed to be fun, and we're supposed to be able to put ourselves in a position for big scores. And I tend to do that with futures rather than parlays. So I have no problem with them at all here.
Yeah.
So the spreadsheet dogs are Boston, Cincinnati, and Arizona. Okay, Jose, I want to make bets here, and I'm losing time quickly. 19 minutes here till first pitch. Daby Cab did take Alvarez over 1.5 total bases at plus 118. Let's roll. 7:05 p.m. Eastern. So, Jose, this is our first game this year that I just had to bet. I could not fade Cookie Carrasco. I had to bet. The line was moving. I watched it move from minus 105 full game and money and first 5 offshore to minus 109 each while I was looking at it. And I had minus 110 on each at 365. So I sent it in first 5 in full game. How in the world could I go without fading Cookie Carrasco? I can't. Now, maybe Cookie Carrasco's only out there for an inning or two. Maybe that's the problem here. But I also am a Merrill Kelly backer. I believe in this guy. I thought he had a nice start, against a Cubs team that can hit. 5 1/3, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks, 1 K. I mean, no one's ever been excited about his K to walk ratio. We didn't see him very much last year. There should be a pitcher ready to go. 5-1, 4.03 ERA. He only had 13 starts last year. This guy is as consistent as you get. Who doesn't want the Mert, man? It's the Mert man. And I thought I had this huge advantage. Sure enough, I wake up. There's been a big move against me, of course. And I'm like, just start sweating instantly. Let's get into the situation, the line history, and the weather. Weather-wise, 69 Fahrenheit. Possible drizzle to start out the game. Possible light rain later. It's 12.7 miles per hour out to left center. Dies down to 11.6. So it's heavy wind blowing out. Redbeard says Diamondbacks all day. Diamondbacks all day. And Slaughter says, catch the 5K bet with the Hurricanes minus 200. That's why I had fun with the parlay. But I get it. Like I watch lots of cappers crush these parlays. It's again like look. We're trying to have big scores. We're trying to go for big scores, and sometimes it maybe doesn't work from an EV standpoint. But I have no problem with it. Now let's get to the line history here. We have the total at a 10 at a pick'em. This opened up at 9.5. It lasted there for 2 minutes. So obviously there's a lot of offense expected, but it didn't go up to 10.5. We go to the money line here. This line's moved heavy against me, minus 104 to plus 105. Not that heavy, but the first 5 is right back at my book of minus 110. So actually it's minus 115 at 365. Actually have now beaten the first 5 line by 5 cents. So that's the situation here at hand. Let's take a quick look at the cash flow, and then I got to get my action in. We have 97% of tickets, 98% of cash on the over. Wow. And then on the money line, we have just 27% of tickets and 36% of cash on the Diamondbacks. How is it? And the spreadsheet dog play of the day from our guy Ron Crawford is the Arizona Diamondbacks. How are they a dog here? Like I look, I know that there's a Yankees tax, but it's quite concerning to me here that this line didn't move in my favor. Shout out to our guy Ron Crawford, spreadsheet play of the day dog here. Craig says 69 with drizzle. You say, take it away, Jose. I gotta get my action. Floor's yours, my man.
Yeah, a very difficult game for me. A game that I'll be honest, like I don't know what to do in this game. Like this feels like such an easy fade of Carlos Carrasco. In my head, you would think everyone's going to be on the Diamondbacks here. Kelly's just obviously a better pitcher than Carrasco. Carrasco's already pitched this year and gave up with 3 earned runs to the Brewers. I just didn't understand this line. I really didn't, and it just made me feel like Merrill Kelly was going to get slugged up here today. Total at 10 also makes you feel that way, obviously. So I just feel like I have to stay off. I really went back and forth through this game. I even saw your bets last night, Jimmy, and I thought, man, how am I not going to get in on this? This is Carlos Carrasco, a guy that is hilariously old, and it's hilarious that he's even in this rotation right now or spot starting, whatever it is, for the Yankees. But I'm off. It's just a fishy line to me. If I had to make a bet on this game, I'd have to take the Yankees because of how just disgustingly fishy this line is. So I'm off. I respect all of you guys on the Arizona Diamondbacks here. The first thing I wrote on my notes today was obviously Arizona here with the pitchers. Kelly has pitched against New York, has pitched well against them last year. 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, 1 walk. It's funny. I see Troy in the comments. Troy might end up just being my burner account because he's dropping all these market stats and he's fading the Yankees 3 times in a row, betting the Red Sox a bunch. So that's hilarious to me. But yeah, I'm going to end up staying off. It's a very fishy game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. And will I rue the decision making here of just a hammer without talking it over with you guys? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Now, Jose, I want to press a button on these bets. So, do you mind setting up our? So I've doubled up. Do you mind setting up Reds Brewers here so I can just press the button and with confidence?
Sure. Do your thing. No worries. Reds, Brewers, the last game on our card before we get into college basketball with Dabra Cadabra and company. So shout out to you guys. And by the way, Troy is on the Orioles there, minus 126 with us as well. God, I just need a fucking day here. I need a day, guys. So let's have one. But let's talk Reds, Brewers here. Nestor Cortez back on the bump. And I'll tell you, it was definitely the most memorable start of the season so far for any starting pitcher. Gave up bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb to his former team in the New York Yankees. You know, Jimmy, I came out of retirement and I'm playing fantasy baseball in just leagues by myself because I used to be a huge fantasy baseball guy before gambling. And now I'm casually playing, not paying too much attention, but I stream pitchers, and I picked up Nestor Cortez before his last start thinking, oh, great. Nestor's going to pitch great against his old team in the New York Yankees. He's going to come out with hate in his heart, and instead he does that shit to me. So Nestor on my shit list a little bit here, but I mean, he got embarrassed publicly, got his pants pulled down, and the Yankees showed who he was to everyone in the world. If this is not a bounce back start, then Nestor Cortez just might not be a professional pitcher, and the Yankees pitching development needs to be studied, because I don't get it. 2 innings, 6 hits, 8 earned runs, 5 home runs allowed there, by the way. Was he tipping his pitches? Who knows? Maybe. Nick Lodolo on the other side here, a lefty and a guy that I like. The Reds are a team you guys know that I like here as well. Hitting the Lodolo's last time out, 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs there on a home run, 1K, no walks, and a 4-3 victory against the Giants. Faced the Brewers last year, 5 1/3, 3 hits, 3 earned runs on a home run, 4 Ks, 3 walks there. And that was the 4-3 victory there, I should say. So I generally trust Lodolo. I trust Terry Francona. And again, Terry Francona making these decisions has me, having more faith in the Reds. That's kind of why I was looking at Carson Spires with a side eye. Sure. I mean, he got the job because Abbott was hurt, but he got the job because for a reason. He pitched well. He pitched well in his last start. I think, are we good, Jimmy?
Yeah, we're good. Just very quickly here. I don't know if I did this right, but I took Baltimore first 5 over 5, a flat 5 at minus 125. I took Colorado, Philadelphia first 5 over 5.5 at minus 110 at 365. The first one was offshore, and then the full game Colorado, Philadelphia over 10 minus 110 at 365. And I'm not moving on the side in either game.
Okay, fair enough. Troy, by the way, mentioning I watched Nestor play baseball, and I see a guy who's fat and happy after getting paid in 2022. Craig Wood hasn't pitched well in forever here. I understand that, and TJ agreeing with Troy. It's a little bit of an interesting price here. I do think the Reds are just a better team than the Brewers this year, so I obviously leaned Reds here. Market in this game, let's talk about it. Everyone knows 98% of the bets, 97% of the money on the over in this game, but pretty split ticket-wise when it comes to the money line. 48% of the bets, 54% of the money on the Reds here. So again, slightly bigger bets, sure, on the Reds, but pretty split nonetheless. Opened up minus 105 each way, and the line has crept and crawled to the Milwaukee Brewers here. Got up to minus 119 at one point, now down to minus 114 where we used to play poker. Heritage also, by the way, had it at minus 110 and moved it to minus 114. Brewers here. A little worrisome, but I still lean Reds. Not going to move on this game. It's a tight one. Jimmy, what do you think?
I want to talk a little bit about it, and then if you could touch on your expectation of hitting lefties this year for both squads. Depending on what book you look at for market movement, you tell a different story. This opened up at plus 106 for the Reds. So there's been almost no movement here. It's interesting. So the movement, it moved from about 6 p.m. till midnight. It was moving towards the Reds. Then it stopped. This got up to minus 117 for the Brewers, which was their opener. So it's basically just a tightening of VIG here. I would love to back Cortez. I'd love to back him here and expect the bounce back start. Get slapped in the face. You got to regroup against it's very embarrassing. I mean, nothing makes you lock in more than when you're publicly embarrassed. But I don't want to line up to fade Lodolo. We're talking about the 7th overall pick in 2019. He's a stud. Now, he had some inflated numbers in his rookie season, especially late in the year, but I can he had a 1.20 whip. He had 122 strikeouts and 115 innings. I think he's more than capable of stepping up. I think he looked great against San Francisco, a team that we watched, hit lefties this year. Troy says, problem is he ain't putting work. 5 months prior to the season, he was eating potato chips and drinking Modelo.
By the way, interesting thing here. Obviously, Brewers are favored full game, but Reds favored first 5, according to TJ at BOL.
Yeah, I do not want to expect Nestor Cortez to get lit up and smoked. I don't want to fade Lodolo. I'm really comfortable just watching and learning. This is not. I don't need to hammer every game here on a 5-game card, and I'm now quite invested in overs here to get this day started. Got my phone ready to live bet. Troy Torrance says Brewers team total under, waiting for a 4. Troy says Lodolo is the pitcher you want back. Look, absolutely. I wish Nestor Cortez was coming off of a good start. Then I would be lined up. But no, this is a no move for me, Jose, my man.
I agree. I'm not moving on it either. I agree. By the way, Reds best hitters against lefties. Jonathan India was one, not on the team anymore. Santiago Espinal, Stuart Fairchild, Tyler Stevenson, all above 100. But notably, Spencer Steer, 88, Ellie De La Cruz, 82 weighted runs created plus against lefties last year. Sneaky under, maybe.
Could well be a very sneaky under, couldn't it be? Could well be a sneaky under, couldn't it be? I just wanted to review that total again here. We already talked to Jose, already set it up. I just one last time. This total is an 8. It's minus 110 to the over. It went down to 7.5, which is extremely fishy. The expectation of it got back up to 8, so it's not that big a deal. It's cold, but it doesn't matter because the roof's up.
Yeah, they have no AC in there though, so it's natural cold in there.
Yeah, you're right. That screwed me so bad that one time. Fuck. God, I can't get over it. And then we're talking about bullpens that Fangraphs has no faith at all in the Reds bullpen, and we talked about that already. Jose didn't agree with that. Yeah, this could be a sneaky over, but look, I'm not here. I'm not trying to be cute. I'm not trying to show everybody how. Look at this surprise fucking bet I'm going to make that no one will expect. I don't want to be involved. I don't need to be involved. The question is, yeah, I'm done. My action's in.
Yeah, you're done.
I should have. I didn't. I wrote when I did tweet out my action. I wrote MLB picks 1 to 3, but it's actually 3 to 5 because I'm already on the Diamondbacks first 5 in full game. So I'm in. TJ says my numbers tell me under also, but I'm more confident backing Lodolo first 5. Robert Franklin on the Reds money line wager. Detective says Cortez gets smashed. Viper likes the Cincinnati here. AM's doubled up on the 7.5 and the 8. Oh no, Browns Hughes. It's just we are now in the push to make sports gambling legal in Texas, so we are backing and supporting all of the legal books, and that's pinned to the very top of our link here with the the sports books that we're in with, and we get a bonus, so it helps the channel a lot. And we do not get 1 cent off anybody's losses. There's a lot of companies out there that do. We don't get anything. We just want you to crush these books, but we do get a bonus, so it helps the channel a lot. Craig Wood says Brewer Stadium going to be Spirit Halloween by the end of the year with heating roof woes. Yes.
Hey, at least they got a fucking roof on their stadium. The Rays don't have one anymore.
All right. So, and Steve G says you're basically donating 10% of your bet on any parlay over a 2-leg. The books love parlays. They do. But the books also love futures. And my bookie loves when I put in futures. He's ecstatic. He is euphoric.
Yeah, because that asshole knows with me, I'm losing all of them. I couldn't tell you the last time. Well, actually, I can. The rugby futures. Shout out to World Sevens Rugby and shout out to France. But yeah, it gets tough to win those fucking futures.
And Troy says each leg you add, the hold gets bigger. And Redbeard says 2 more likes, fellas. Shout out to our guy Redbeard in the house.
Troy says, by the way,
yeah,
shout out to Sweaty Butcher and Truth Teller. Happy birthday to both of you guys. 2 stalwarts of the chat, both in the gold member races. So nice to see you both in here, and shout out to you both. Happy birthday. And thank you, Sweaty Butcher, for the nugs during Pubapalooza.
Yeah, Sweaty Butcher's money in the bank, man. Money into the bank. We're going to have more involved in our shows as we move forward here. All right, well, let's review Major League Baseball. Let's review MLB. I have 5 bets on the card. I have the Boston-Baltimore first 5 over 5, minus 125. Colorado-Philadelphia first 5 over 5.5, and full game over 10. And then last night, and this will be interesting, how often I will be doing this. I mean, the question is, do you believe in low-hanging fruit? Do you believe in ground fruit? You know? Because Cookie Carrasco is a great story. It's a great, great story. Coming back, you know, fighting off cancer and still pitching Major League Baseball. He's beloved around the Major League Baseball. But come on. Come on. Should he still be pitching?
I feel that that's like one of the things I battle, Jimmy. Because sometimes I'm like, oh, this seems so obvious. But is it obvious to me, the guy that caps baseball every day and knows this shit well? Or is it obvious to fucking any asshole walking the streets, and that's what the books want? So that's the battle.
Yes, but also you're fading the Yankees, who've lost 2 straight games. How many people came to work and say Yankees aren't going to lose a 3rd straight game?
Yeah.
How many people? I think millions.
Apparently,
millions of people walked into work today and said Yankees aren't going to lose a 3rd straight game.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope you're right, because like you said, or like I've been saying, I don't think this Yankee team makes the playoffs. So I think this is a 500 ball club.
TJ says Cookie's only there because they couldn't option him. Might as well get some innings while they deal with injuries. Brown Hughes says Indians fan here. Cookie is cooked.
Yep.
And Christopher Carter says never bet against streaks. And again, Pete Rose said the same thing, and I disagree.
Shout out to our guy Pete. Pete's watching this show right now.
I disagree. And the number one angle in all of Major League Baseball in the 8 years I've been doing this publicly is a team on a 7-game winning streak switching cities. That's the number one ROI in any angle I've ever been. But it's part of the
the Dodgers switching cities. Well, I guess that's 8 now, huh?
That's fine.
For tomorrow?
Tomorrow it must fade.
Oh, man. Yeah, the Dodgers are ridiculous. But, yeah, let us know. I don't know where the Dodgers are playing tomorrow. I assume they're out of the friendly confines of L.A., though. So, very interesting.
Kelly McKinnon says, get your head of the glue bag. Jose, Yankees make the playoffs easily. Jose, review your action here for an extremely important Thursday, April 3rd.
I didn't know there were bags of glue.
Oh, yeah.
News to me here. So my action here, I only have 3 bets. I don't know why I'm trying to bring them up. I know them already because I'm going to have them tattooed to my fucking ass all day today. Red Sox Orioles over 9.5, minus 105. Minnesota Twins, minus 133. Baltimore Orioles, minus 127. It is a very rare, juicy day. I typically, again, like to bet all these underdogs. But here we are. It's going to be a fun one, and I cannot wait.
I love Cabin with you, Christopher Carter. You've rocked with us for many years. Also, I think that it's important that we always talk about Pete Rose as if he's alive. I think that I think that is something that should be a through line in our show. And nobody has a better Pete Rose story than our next guest. Bat in hand, ready to get lifted in Cap NCAA baseball.
He's about to spit on him. He's about to just slander Pete Rose. We're talking glowingly about him right now. This guy's going to come on and tell him, fuck Pete Rose. He's a fucking old asshole. That's what
For those of you who don't know the story, let's bring him on right now here and welcome the star of the starting five. Jose, stay with us here before we get into college basketball. Star of the starting five and Medicate Mondays, the Magic Man, Mr. Dabra Kadabra. My friend, welcome. How are you, my man?
I'm good to go, man. I'll tell you guys what, though, I'm not giving that dickhead any more of the time for the show. Fuck Pete Rose, man. And if you are listening, like, fuck you, bro. Like, come on screen so I can tell you to your face. Fuck you. You're an old piece of shit.
He's not alive, guys.
No, whoa. You just said, Jimmy, we have to keep him alive.
No, but I think some people don't understand this.
Jimmy, I don't give a fuck if he's dead, alive. But fuck that guy, bro. I don't care.
Okay. No, you're right. We talk about Pete Rose as if he is alive. You know,
I think you brought it up when he died on the show, and I was like, good. Fuck him.
Wow. Good God. A shout out to Kong Cliff.
Spit on his grave.
Gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. What a guy Kong is. Silent Rob getting it. That's trademarked, by the way. Silent Rob. You never hear Silent Rob talk. No, I like it. We'll talk about Pete Rose as if he is alive here. All right. Okay, let's get to work. Here. It is time to talk college basketball. Talk college basketball. And Daby Cab, tell us about the run you've been on here in March Madness.
Oh, shit. Brought me back to life, Jimmy. I was in the depths. I was down like 12 units, a little over 12 units, and now I'm back positive again. Shout out to the 3 props because they've really got me paid. I went 11-2 the first 2 weeks in those. Hit some sides too. So yeah, I'm back in the green. The tournament has been a beautiful thing. We're gonna keep it rolling here. I already got Final Four action, and then I found action today. You know, these 3 games aren't my creme de la creme or whatever you want to say, but I got action in them. I found something I like.
Creme de la creme works perfectly. For
that is beautiful. That was beautiful vocab there, Cab.
That was well put.
Our guy Ricky Bobby has your back here, Cab. Just want to leave this with you. I was drunk before. Somebody was talking about Pete Rose, and I yelled, fuck Pete Rose for Cab.
Yeah. That's a fucking real one right there. You're my boy, Ricky Bobby. Hell yeah.
Oh, man. The whole never speak ill of the dead right out the window here on Pub Sports Radio. Daby Cab, let's get to work and let's watch you stay hot here. We're going to start with the NIT. Oh, we're not going to start with the NIT. Okay, that's fine. We're going to start with the CBC here. Sorry, I had the NIT all set up. So let me just move quickly. We know that NIT is the big one, but we'll start with CBC. We've already heard action from Cappers in our chat on this very game, and it is, I believe, Res Mob in the house. Res Mob, and the respect play today is Cincinnati first half. College basketball crown in effect here right now. We're at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. UCF night, Cincinnati Bearcats here. UCF, very, very underwhelming victory over Oregon State to get this rolling here. They were up double digits at the half and just took their foot off the gas against the weak Oregon State squad. They look great, in their Big 12 conference tournament. I thought they looked strong.
Freshman is here, folks. 2-run home run. 2-run home run for the Boston Red Stockings. Even though I fucking took the fucking Orioles money line, we're on the board for the over.
I don't understand that. I don't give a fuck how much I like a team. I'm not rooting for them if my money's on the other side.
Yeah, I like all about the over there. I didn't double up on this one, but it's okay. It's okay. Find the money. I thought they looked good in the Big 12. I thought it was an impressive win over Utah in the Big 12 tourney. They
UCF,
followed that.
Cincinnati. You say UCF looked good or Cincinnati?
I thought UCF looked good. I thought, I know Utah is not that good and Kansas is not that good. I was extremely underwhelmed by their game against Oregon State. Letting the foot off the gas in the second half was a shock to me. Cincinnati clearly played Oklahoma State for fools. Didn't try in that last game of the regular season, and then flipped the script on them and destroyed them. We were all over that. And then I fucked up, man. Again, it's the undoing project. I cashed with them. We capped it perfectly, and then I backed them first half against Iowa State and looked like an asshole. And they destroyed a DePaul squad that looked like they didn't care about being there to get this tournament started. Let's get into the line history here and see how Cab wants to attack our first game on the board. Right now we have Cincinnati at -6.5 at -110. I actually see a 7 on the board. They opened up at 6. They're now at 6.5. It feels like 7s are on their way. From a total standpoint here, we have I see 154.5s all over the place, but this total just dropped in the last 5 minutes. Wow. This total has dropped 2 points in the last 10 minutes. We've gone from 155 down to 153. If you like the under, all the other books are going to follow suit. All the other books are at 154.5 right now. So if you like the under, then take that 154.5 right now. Let's get to the cash flow here for our first spot on the board in college basketball. 3 games here. We have 59% of the tickets and 49% of the cash on Cincinnati. And on the total, 89 and 88 on the over. And we just saw this 2-point drop. We have Robert Cherry on UCF +5.5. Take it away for us here. Daby Cab, game 1 on the college basketball slate.
This is one where, like, when I look into it, and, I've watched both of these teams, Jimmy. I started my season watching UCF beat A&M because, I was watching the A&M game, and they came out and beat them in game 1, which was not something anybody was expecting. I think they were like a 6 or 7-point dog, just like this game here. Might have been a little closer, though. I got to double check that. But I tell you what, man, these two teams right here are very similar to me. It's like this is where when we look at these, off tournaments, you want to call it whatever, right? Motivation. Like, you got to find motivation. Who cares? Who really wants it? Who doesn't, right? You look at top performers in both games. So, if you look at Hall for UCF, 18.8 points per game, 7.1 rebounds. Where he goes, the team goes. And this UCF team shoots a lot of threes, okay? If you look into their number, they let it fly. They're not hesitant whatsoever. And that's what scares me about betting for them or against them is if they hit their shots, I don't think they only cover. I think they have a chance to win this game, right? And everybody's probably looking at Cincinnati's last win. Cincinnati went on the road to UCF and beat them. So they're probably thinking, oh, here in a neutral site game, this will be easier. And UCF has been, subpar at neutral sites or on the road all season. So a lot of this lines up to Cincinnati. If I was betting this game, I'm taking UCF. And honestly, if I was watching these two teams a little bit more, I'd take it. I just think UCF is the side here. You got some players on the Bearcats. Shout out to Jizzle James. Man, I'd love to be there at the conversation when those parents decided on Jizzle. Like, the fuck kind of name is that? I mean, good God, just like, oh, let's go with Jizzle. We'll call him Jizzle, Jizzy, little Jizz. Like, What the fuck? Anyways, Jizzle James, 12.8 points per game. He's going to lead the Bearcats here. I think this game's going to come down to defense and the threes that UCF shoots. I like UCF and I like the under. I haven't bet either, though.
All right. Cab with leans at this point to UCF and the under. For game 1 at the CBC, let's move on to college basketball crown round 2. Game 2, we have the Villanova Wildcats 20-14 at the USC Trojans 17-17 back at MGM Grand Arena. Villanova didn't exert much energy taking out Colorado to get the tournament started, and either did USC. Both teams trashed their opponents by 20 plus. Villanova beat Colorado 85-64, underachieved somewhat in the Big East this year, 11-9 in conference. USC destroyed Tulane 89-60. USC, I don't know exactly how high expectations were for them in the Big Ten this year, but they were not good. 7-13 in conference. Here's a chance for a late season glory here. And both teams shot well and looked good. USC, went 63.6 from the field and 50% from three. Is it fair to assume that they're incapable of recreating that against Villanova's perimeter defense? Villanova, on the other hand, 53.2 from the field and 35.5 from three. They opened up as just 3.5-point favorites against Colorado, closed as 5.5-point favorites. Stacks play today number 2 is here on USC plus 5.5. Let's take a look at the line history and then hand it over to Daby Cab. First off, we're going to talk about this total. Let me go to the offshore that we want to talk about. This total is at 152. Opened up at 151.5. This moved from 152 to 153 3 minutes ago, and then back to 152. So this has been moving all over the place. Got up to 153.5. Again, it opened up at 151.5. So this is bouncing all over the place. And then on the spread, we have USC now plus 6 at minus 110. They opened up at 5, moved to 5.5, and then got to 6. They got to 6 at 11:55 this morning. So a 1-point move here. When we get to the cat towards Nova, when we get to cash flow, 88% tickets, 80% cash on the over, and then on the on the spread, we have no information. Take it away, Daby Cab. Game 2 in the CBC.
This game's a treat, right? Two, revered programs, right, that, had underperforming seasons here. But you got a lot of good players on both teams, whether you're talking about Desmond Claude or Wesley Yates, the third for USC, or Eric Dickerson or Wooga Poplar for Villanova. You got more runs?
Yeah, 2-1. The Orioles have struck back with a solo shot by Cedric Mullins.
There you go. Beautiful, beautiful. Man, he's been smacking it. I tell you what, I like this game, and I have a bet that I want to make in it. But I'm going to need you to look for odds. I'll never give out something that I haven't bet, and I've checked my book 3 times. I've checked it twice since I've been backstage and on screen, and my prop still isn't available. I can see what the number is on some books that I can't bet, but I would never give you guys something if I haven't bet it yet. I'm going to roll with Eric Dixon over 2.5 threes with the best number that I can get. But like I said, right now it's not available. He has hit this number 6 out of the last 10 games. And I'm going with the same theory, even though this is, not the premier tournament here. It's the end of the season. Your best players are going to have the ball in their hands. Your best players are going to shoot. Do I know for sure that he's going to cash it? Of course not, Jimmy. But I know he's going to shoot 8, 10, 12 threes. And if he's going to take, that high of a percentage, over 2.5 is a beautiful number for somebody who's been hitting that all year. And shout out to C-Mac. We rode with him earlier in the season. I was considering taking Poplar's point prop, but I'm going to stay off of that. I just want Dixon threes. As far as the side goes in this game, I liked Villanova a little bit when it came out at 3.5, not enough to get to the window. So what that tells me, my instinct on this is that 5.5 is too many points. I think Villanova probably wins this basketball game, but I would not be surprised at all if it comes down to the last possession or right there, within the last minute and a half of the game. And if that's the case, I don't necessarily want to be on a Villanova team whose defense I don't trust. I think take the points with USC here, but I'm going to stay off. I'm going to take Eric Dixon. I am one. You can go ahead and make it official if you have a number for me. I just haven't been able to bet it yet.
You may not get the opportunity to bet it because this is not sanctioned in all states. There's no player props at the offshore I'm looking at. At 365, there are player props, but only very simple points, assists, rebounds. That's it. So we'll have to see.
Man, because I found it at one place where it says it's like even money right now, but it's not a place that I can bet it, which is driving me crazy.
Well, we can figure out too, and we'll keep an eye out for it. So it'd be the
and
over.
If I can't bet it, don't make it official. Like I don't want. Like let's say we find it at a book that I can't bet. Like I'll let you know is the moment I get the bet in. So and this is a full bet for me. Like I'm going in on this one is the moment I can.
Would it be 1.5 or 2.5?
2.5.
All right, let's roll on here. We have gotten through the first inning in Philadelphia with no runs. So it's Red Sox Orioles 2-1 in the bottom of the first, 0-0 heading to the second inning here in Philadelphia. All right, let's move on to the NIT Championship. And let's start with our friend Kong's Clips. Kong's Clips, he has his college basketball play today. It's UC Irvine double result. The Anteaters double result at plus 100. And he's also got plus 900 to win the NIT. A perfect way for Kong to finish off a truly tremendous season. Shout out to our guy Kong's Clips. Rich O, also UC Irvine future. Let's get our guys that cash. And Steve G says, Pioneers back to the Frozen Four, most championships in NCAA history, looking for number 12. Kong says, I do believe this is the way the NCAA is going to try to cut down on kids betting on games, especially these lower level tournaments where kids aren't making as much money. It is certainly tricky in this tournament. The CBC isn't sanctioned, but the NIT is. Let's get into our championship here. Two teams that have earned the opportunity to be here. They have both been so good and so fun to watch. The mocks surprising everybody. I screwed up. I loved the Big West this year, and I screwed up when I lost. Sadly, lost on UC San Diego. It really messed the whole fucking. I would have. It screwed me all up. It screwed me all up. Should have been on UC Irvine through this run, and I'm not. Unfortunately, let's talk about this UC Irvine basketball team that is really earned this opportunity. 17-3 in conference. Now they had to get through a tough UAB squad. They did that with aplomb. This 4-game run, taking out UAB in North Texas, is impressive. And Chattanooga finally got to relax in a victory against Loyola Chicago. Their games over Middle Tennessee went to triple overtime. They beat up Dayton, but then they just barely got past Bradley. And here they are in the finals. Both schools in a big showcase opportunity for themselves. Let's get into the line history here and see what Daby Cab wants to do. We have UC Irvine minus 3.5 at minus 109. This opened up at 3.5. Opened up at 3.5 on Wednesday, and it started getting more and more juiced. By 7 in the morning. This morning it was minus 117. Then we hit 4. Then at 10:39 this morning, we got to 4.5. At 10:53 this morning, we got to 5. That is very interesting because we're back at 3.5. So as soon as it got up to 5 and 4.5, sharps came in and moved on the mocks. This total is a 145.5. It's minus 107 to the under. Opened up at 147, got up to 148.5. Now at 145, we have a 1.5 move towards the under. And when we get to the cash flow here for our final game in college basketball, before we get into NBA with Darryl Rice, we have no help here. No help from the market. No help on the spread. And the total, we know 98% tickets, 97% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab, NIT Championship.
So everyone knows how I cap, right? These are two teams that I haven't really gotten to watch much. So this is all a numbers dive for me, which I know some cappers, you'd prefer to just dive into numbers and not even watch things. Like, especially I've heard that with baseball. Not me, but I get it. I understand. On this numbers dive, on the surface, I want to go straight to UC Irvine. That's what it feels like. Both of these teams are shooting at a ridiculously high percentage in this tournament, 50 and 45%, respectively. It's like just crazy to have that percentage of shooting here. And then UC Irvine on the defensive end has been a little bit better. So like I said, when I dive into numbers, I look UC Irvine, that's where I go. But one thing that really bothers me here in this tournament, if you look at Chattanooga, plus 30 in the scoring margin, they have a plus 16 turnover margin and a plus 1 rebounding edge, right? So then we go down to UC Irvine, plus 21 scoring margin, so not too much of a difference there, but they're minus 7 in the turnover margin and minus 8 in the rebounding margin. So they're turning the ball over a little bit too much for me. They're not getting a ton of rebounds for me. Chattanooga is where I'd go with my bet if I bet this. And I hate saying that. I know Kong is on the other side and other people, but don't take that as me going against you. I haven't watched these fucking basketball teams, and I'm not betting this game. I'm just telling you that I think Chattanooga is probably the side if I was going to.
Ross Pitts on Chattanooga plus 3.5. Newkirker says, hate to be Debbie Downer or Debbie Does Dallas, but says he is on the Mox money line at plus 145. And Kong is thinking about trying to catch a middle with Chattanooga plus the points. So then the question is, of course, should Kong do that live or pregame? I would do that. I would. Now, the issue, though, is that you have Kong, is you have the double result bet. Because you bet the double result, I would not pregame bet the middle. So I think that you kind of set yourself up for having to go all in. Now, if at halftime or if at some point in the game you can get like a double digit plus 10 or plus 8 or 9, then I would. But I think by taking the double result, you kind of put your chips in the middle. Richo saying live bet that Kong has that future at plus 7, or sorry, Spooner has that future at plus 750 as well. And Nasty Nate says that Debbie didn't even want to be Debbie. Not a lot of movies you can write in and read comedy / hardcore pornography. Very few are under that umbrella. Comedy / hardcore pornography. Daby Cab. Right now, we are waiting for the Dixon threes. Now, was that a 1.5 or a 2.5 that you were waiting for?
2.5. I'm checking my book one more time right now. I don't think it's here yet. Yeah,
2.5,
guys,
yeah.
there are a lot of times when these books, because I've looked at these, the college props will drop like an hour before the game sometimes. Like, it's wild. So, like Jimmy said, it might not show up, but it very likely will, and I'm going to be checking it all day. So.
And they limit you on the.
I only can bet 250 on props, so that's frustrating. And that's not just college; that's any prop that I want to bet. So,
That's
Texas,
tricky.
man,
Texas, which we hope we can be a part of the change. Now, Daby Cab, is there anything that you want to make official for MLB? Is there anything that you want to add to your record here in MLB? No pressure.
Yeah, you can throw the Jordan Alvarez on. I've been dropping. I know we haven't. And it's fine if you're not tracking, but I've been dropping in the chat. I'm betting a smaller unit size right now, especially on these props, because I tell everybody, look, the hitters take a little bit of time to get form. I know you'll see some people that come out and they hit 5 home runs in their first 5 games or something like that, but that's not the norm. Most hitters, and if you look at some of like your more elite hitters, they take a couple weeks to get into form. A lot of these guys are taking every moment of the offseason they can to get healthy, right? Because it's a grind. It's a 162-game grind, and they're not in form. They're not seeing the ball for the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season. So I'm betting these player props, but I'm doing it lightly, Jimmy. Like, this bet is a much smaller bet than I usually make. We cashed Merrill yesterday. I cashed Ohtani yesterday. I was on Jordan yesterday, and I'm back on Jordan today.
And obviously you're going to be a big part of our MLB programming. I know that your focus is on college basketball right now, and as it should be with how hot you're running, but you're going to have a ton of action here with us in MLB. What's the line on Alvarez and its total bases? 1.5?
Yeah, 1.5 plus 118.
Plus 118 for Daby Cab. Daby Cab, thank you so much for rocking with us here in college basketball. We are about to get into NBA with our guy Darryl Rice, but please tell us about the huge now. And also, I don't know if it's possible, but we would love it if you could host the national final on Monday night. I will be there as well to help, but let us know. You don't need to host now, but
no question about it. I'll make sure that I take off work to do that. There's no way I'm missing that game. 100%.
Dope. So we're going to have a live stream for the national final here hosted by Daby Cab. I'll be a part of it. A whole bunch of us will be a part of it. So live Monday night live stream. We haven't had one in a while. At Daby Cab, tell us a little bit about the monster starting 5 show tomorrow morning.
Oh, man, if you guys were there last week, we only had a handful of games last week, but we still went for 2 hours because we have multiple cappers that come on Saturday mornings to give you their best bets in the game. So we're going to break these final 4 games down inside, out, all around, everything, props, sides, totals, anything you could possibly want. You're going to hear an angle from so many people that you'll probably hear every angle in the game, right? You're going to have people on opposite sides. You're going to have people, disagree. To me, that's what makes great breakdowns, is when we have people that aren't just patting each other on the back and saying good job. So if you want to hear that, tune in Saturday mornings, the starting 5. We're going to get after it. Final four. I've already got action. I know some of the guys do too. And we're going to cash out. Jimmy, I love coming up here with you, man. I'll be back tomorrow. Coin, Steve G, Res Mob, Big Scott, Wager Detective, AOD. I love you guys, man. Everybody in the chat. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Let's get some money.
There he is, the Magic Man, Dabra Kadabra. Yesterday, I believe, was our finest breakdowns in NBA. It was sharp, on point. I swept the board and left the castle props out. We figured exactly the angles. We attacked them, and I want more. I want more, and I knew it. Sometimes you look at your card and you know it. I knew I was going to cash. Also got in live on the Cavs, and it was fun. And I cannot wait to break down this 6-game NBA card with your star of Thursdays here on Betting with the Bag. Come to us from Los Angeles, California. Please welcome to the show our guy and yours, Mr. Darryl Rice. What's up, Darryl? How are you?
Yo, what's going on, brother? What's going on? Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Jimmy, it is good to see you, man. Really, really good to see you. Looks like rocking that old St. Louis.
Lou Brock, number 20,
Yeah,
baby.
man. Yeah, you got it going on, man. You got it going on. Yeah, man. Good to be back, man. Everything is back in motion. We are kind of back to normal, and nothing makes that more better than talking ball, brother. So I'm happy to be talking ball. Absolutely pissed all down my leg the week before.
I think you're being too hard on yourself.
I know,
went
man.
3
I know.
and 5. You went 3 and
Yeah.
5. And I know you're going for 60%. You see a 54.6, which is something maybe you don't like. But good God, you were an alley-oop, a missed alley-oop. You scripted the whole start to the Lakers game.
Yeah.
And he missed the alley-oop. That was plus 550.
He missed that alley-oop. That was 550. Yeah. That was I'm glad you picked that up, man, because you were seeing exactly what I had seen a lot of, and just nobody stopped it, you know. But they did stop it this time, and what they did was they collapsed and doubled Jackson, so you could see when he went up for that alley, man, he had like 2 defenders. If you go back and look at that play, he had like 2 guys up in the air with him, and he just didn't bring it down. So I think we have some more opportunities in this last, couple of games. We have 8 or 9 games left here, so we'll have some opportunities for that.
Also,
but yeah,
one thing that is my record from without sweeping the board yesterday.
Yeah,
look, it's an ugly record, but Jose, if you could put on my record after sweeping the board yesterday, that would be much better. I'll sit here and be as transparent as possible, but good God. Cavaliers minus 10.5 cashed, Heat plus 10.5 cashed, and Clippers first quarter team total under 29.5 was a thing of goddamn beauty. So if you don't mind, Jose, please.
Let's get them done right, man. Let's show them justice.
Look, it's still ugly, but get me fixed up if you can.
Yeah,
I didn't even know if Jose, the chair is empty. The chair is empty. I don't even know if you can hear us.
Jose probably doesn't give 2 shits about what's going on, man.
But I do.
Absolutely, I know,
right,
man. But let's get to work, man. It's good. I hope everybody cast with you on yesterday, and yeah, man, it's a great day. So any day on this side of the grass, I always have to lead with that is
a good day.
It's a good day, brother.
It was perfectly put by our guy Leonard Porsche Jr. said, another day on the right side of the grass with Darryl. And the sweaty butcher is 41st birthday today. There we go. Thank you. What a quick switch from our guy Snips. No, look, it's still ugly, but fuck. Okay, I'm pumped up. Let's get to work, man.
Let's get
we
to
start
work,
at 7
brother.
p.m. Eastern for the Orlando Magic, 37-40, 17-21 on the road at the Washington Wizards, 17-59, 8-30 at home. We're at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. We have an Orlando Magic squad coming up their second win in 3 games, 116-105 at the Spurs on Tuesday. That market was not moving towards them, and they outscored the Spurs 37-21 in the fourth quarter. Watching that game, I was like, oh, good thing I let the market take me off the Magic, and then the Magic dominate in the fourth quarter. Orlando's 3-2 over their past 5, playing at the 3rd slowest speed in the NBA over that stands at 95.3 possessions a game, shooting the ball poorly, exactly what they've done all year. I like capping the Magic. You know what you're going to get. 45.2% from the field, 33.2% from three, and moving the ball slowly. The Wizards gave me a little bit of hope here with the Blazers. We're going to get into that Blazers game here. Look, I'm not sitting expecting that the Blazers are going to get the playing game and I'm going to cash a huge score on the plus 1400, but the Wizards beating the Kings kept that door a tiny bit ajar. The Wizards are playing their best basketball of the year, 2-3 over their past 5, 100.7 possessions a game. That's 8th fastest. They've slowed down a little bit. They're shooting 46% from the field and 35.1% from three. The issue with Wizards games is who is going to be in. Also, this is no different than our NHL breakdowns. This is all about motivation. But the Brooklyn Nets and the Washington Wizards are sort of tricky as they have won games that we didn't expect them to win, and they're playing decent. And that's won 2 straight. The Wizards won 2 of their last 5. Orlando, no Suggs, but they're a healthy group. And the Wizards here have everybody and their mamas as game time decisions.
Right.
And that is tricky. And I got to go through all of them, but let's just go through the ones that are important. We know that Koulibaly and Jordan Poole are out, and Jordan Poole being out is a big deal. But Middleton and Smart are both game time decisions here. We don't know. Marcus Smart has this right index finger injury. I would be very surprised if he plays, but he's listed as game time decision. Chris Middleton's listed as game time decision. We're getting no help, no information here. Brogdon, is there a chance Brogdon is going to be here? He's missed 22 straight games with left ankle strain. Can we just say no? Shouldn't we expect there's no Smart, there's no Middleton, there's no Brogdon, there's no Bay, and there's no Rashawn Holmes? Shouldn't we expect the Carrington, AJ Johnson, Champagny, Gill, Sarr lineup? I think that's what we should do, but it is not fun to cap all these guesses. We have the Wizards right now plus 14 and a half, really. I'm looking at a 14. Oh, now it just moved to 15. Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
It moved to 15 4 minutes ago. So all the other books will, I'm sure, follow suit. From a total perspective, we have a 212. It's minus 110 to the under. This opened up at 217. It's actually just gone up 212 and a half, but this opened up at 217. We have a big move towards the under, which is Sweaty Butcher. So funny. That was the birthday pick for Sweaty Butcher, was the Orioles. So here we go. Magic coming off their second win in 3 games, 160-105 at the Spurs on Tuesday. Banchero and Wagner, 24 each. And a KCP sighting, which obviously will irk our guy, Darryl. He backed him over 8.5.
I know, bro.
KCP went for 23 on Tuesday.
Fuck that guy.
Orlando's won 8 of 13. And here's another thing about Orlando, and that's important, I think, is they're off until Tuesday after this. So, I expect them to try and, use everybody. Wizards on the second half back-to-back after snapping their 3-game losing streak last night with a 116-111 victory at home over Sacramento. Jordan Poole playing much better, 23 points, 8 of 14 shooting. Bub Carrington, AJ Johnson each went for 19. Tristan Vucevic went for 17. Alex Sarr has gone for double digits in 10 of his last 12. But this is their 3rd game in 4 nights. Take it away here for us, Darryl. Is there an angle in this Magic Wizards basketball game at Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C.?
So the old verbiage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And that absolutely would be playing Alex Sarr's points until they could get that up into the mid-20s or so. I had been playing Sarr's points when it was at 12 and a half, and then it moved to 15 and a half. And so Sarr has been the guy. And then the last time we played Sarr, I believe his points were at 18 and a half. So none of the lines are out for the Wizards. This line now moving to 15 is absolutely telling me that none of these guys are playing. So this is a Sarr spot. That's going to be your only consistent superstar, in my opinion. But I would only look at props in these games. If of course the line would be a lot shorter, provided you had everybody in. But an angle has been is taking the Wizards early in the first quarter, especially with the line this big. They have always kept it tight in these first quarters, and Washington's actually come ahead in some cases in the first quarter. So Washington being at home, playing against the Magic. If you would have had just a couple other set pieces in, I would have stepped on Washington first quarter. But I don't see any angle. I looked at Franz Wagner's threes. He's juiced at minus 162 in my book. I've looked at Wendell Carter threes, but he's juiced over half a three at minus 164. So right now, there's just no interest for me on this game. I'll pass.
Now, isn't this low hanging fruit on Sar? We just watched Castle go off.
Mhm.
It's a 2-man race for Rookie of the Year. It's Sar trying to catch Castle. Isn't this just set up for Sar to have a monster basketball game?
Absolutely. But I don't have any SAR props on my book. What are you seeing?
I'm getting 24.5 PRA.
Really?
Which is what should be bet right now. His point total is at 16.5. I don't think at this point, I think this is the reason why there's limits on props, because this is low hanging fruit. I screwed up with Castle being angry that it moved the 2 points, but how does Sar not show out?
Yeah. So I haven't bet it, and I have taken that from other cappers who don't like to call plays that they haven't played. But I'm going to make that official. Give me Alex Sar's points, 16.5.
Just points.
Yeah, give me his points. He could hit that by halftime. I do like the angle of his PRA also, but I would just go to, like I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. SARS points has got to be the spot. This could actually be, and I know I won't see that, but this could be, and I would have to see how juiced it is, but a SAR double play as well. But I'm more than sure that's going to be probably minus 2 something. But a SAR double, what do you see as boards?
I can get the PRA at 23.5 as well. Not 24. It's cost 7 cents to drop at 1. I can get that 15.5 is juiced heavily to the under, which is nuts to me. It's absolutely
crazy.
Nuts to me.
So maybe he's landing right at 15. I don't see it. I mean, you've got
they're offering 6.5 boards at plus 109 to the over.
6 boards. That's insane.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, so that double might be there as well. Maybe so. Let's go with his points. I'm just gonna stick to what I know, and I'm gonna play SARS points.
15.5 at minus 103.
I'll take it.
Okay, 15.5 points. Jason Neff saying that double is plus 700.
Okay, so it's because of those boards being so low, which is insane. So I'll wait and do a little bit more research on that, but I just don't see why he can't hit his points.
Okay, well, I am betting it right now. I truly think that Castle and SAR, that the books are not going to be able to adjust over the next little while as they go at each other for a Rookie of the Year. And the teams don't care about anything else except getting them in for Rookie of the Year. So 23.5 minus 122 in. Let's get this here. And we are on the board in NBA. And Fanatics has it 16.5 minus 115. Kong looking at the SAR 20 plus points at huge plus money. I just want the unit. I just want the cash. I don't need to force anything. So we have Darryl moving on SAR over 15.5 points. Let's roll on. Next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. Milwaukee Bucks 41-34, 16-20 on the road at the Philadelphia 76ers, 23-53, 12-25 at home. We're at Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Bucks coming off snapping their 4-game losing streak, 133-123 win at home over the Suns on Tuesday, but they had the highest shooting percentage in a game since 1998. How do not fade that basketball team that's now switching cities? Well, it's because they're playing the Sixers. How do you handle that? We can figure out a way to handle it. They shot 68.9%, franchise record. Giannis goes for 37 points and 11 assists. And I don't buy it. I don't buy it. So let's set this one up. Over the past 5, that was their first win. They snapped their 4-game losing streak.
Yeah, 4-game
Milwaukee playing 22nd fastest pace, 97.5 possessions a game, 53.1 from the field and 40.5 from 3. Philadelphia playing poorly, 98 possessions a game, 19th in the league. They are hitting 44.1% from wage detector. I want more though, because it looks like I'm going to lose the first 5 in the other game. So I can't have the push. I need the cash. 44.1% from the field and 30.6% from 3. Let's get into the line history. So the Sixers obviously shooting poorly. This total is a 228.5 minus 106. This opened up at 224.5. We've climbed 4 points on this total, which is a bit of a surprise, but maybe a lack of defense is expected. Or maybe people think they're going to get exactly what they just got with the Bucks, which is not going to happen. Philadelphia opened up at 11.5 point dogs. They're now 12-point dogs. And then when we get to the cash flow here, and I'm sorry, I didn't give the cash flow in the first game. My apologies. 51% of the tickets and 44% of cash on the Wizards in that first game, and 81.79 on the over. Here we have 84% of the tickets and 86% of cash on the over. We've seen it climb fast. Excuse me, and 71% of the tickets and 77% of cash is on the over. Also, keep in mind that once this 3-game road trip's over for the Bucks, Bobby Portis eligible to return. So he'll play the final 4 games of the regular season, and he can play in the postseason.
That's crazy. It's been that long already.
It has. This is the first of the 3-game road trip. Sixers coming off their 9th straight loss, 105-91 at the Knicks on Tuesday. Quentin Grimes went for 26 points. He's gone 20 or more in 12 of his past 15 games. This injury report's an absolute mess, and we'll go over it here. We have, Embiid, of course, done, and Paul George done for the year. Jared McCain with the knee and Eric Gordon with the wrist done for the year. Tyrese Maxey practiced on Friday. He's considered day-to-day. Yabusele and Oubre missed Tuesday's game. Andre Drummond is going to be out as well. This is a team that's lost 26 of 30. Hasn't won back-to-back games since January. Let's take a look at what is expected here from them. Yabusele, game-time decision. The others are all out. Take a little look at Yabusele. Just listed as questionable. He's missed 2 straight with knee soreness. Hard to expect him to be in. Dame, Portis, Sims out. AJ Green and Giannis are game-time decisions. AJ Green is questionable. And Giannis Antetokounmpo is, excuse me, and I apologize for all the coughing, is listed as probable. He's going to play. Take it away for us here. Darryl, is there action in Bucks Sixers?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this. This is going to be a sweat, but I'm going to give it one last time on this. And the only way I want to look at this game, I just think this is going to be an absolute blowout, but I'm just not really a fan of Milwaukee at all. I don't care. But one guy that I like right now today is Gary Trent threes. Gary Trent over 2.5 threes. I like that look. Now, if I get burned this last time, then I'm off it, right? But Gary Trent can shoot volume. They just haven't been dropping. But last game they played on the 9th of February, dude was 7 for 15 for threes. Now, the game prior to that, January 19th of this year, he went 2 for 5. The last couple of games he's played, he made 2 against Phoenix, and then he made, it looks like, 2 or 1 against Atlanta. So prior to that, he gives you 4 in the 3 games against the Knicks, against the Nuggets, and against the Suns. So I do believe he'll give you the volume there. They just have to drop. I don't know why they didn't drop in the Suns game, and I don't know why they didn't drop in the Hawks game. It was 1 for 6. But I'm going to go back to the board with this here because I do believe that he can make those shots against this shitty-ass squad. He'll have some open looks, just need to get the ball to drop in the hoop. So I'll give him this slump here, this 2-game slump with him shooting volume, but not just draining those shots to play against a shitty ass squad in Philly to get even more volume and to make those shots. So my favorite look on this game, no side, no total, is going to be Gary Trent over 2.5 threes. I really like that look. And I think we can get there without it being a sweat. If it is, I'm not surprised, but I just feel that this is the type of team that Gary can put him up and drain him in the basket. So give me Gary Trent over 2.5 threes. I like that look a lot for this game.
Let's lock it in for you. I can see if I can beat your line. What are you getting for
Minus 115.
Excuse me. I will see if I can beat that right now. We have Gary. Oh shit! Sorry, let me move over here. See if we can beat the Gary Trent 3 look from our guy Darryl Rice. And yeah, you're getting a better line. 3 cents better than me. Minus 118. Mel,
Okay.
it is great to see you. It is great to see you. Says Columbus Blue Jackets is the best bet in all of sports tonight. I agree. Avs ridiculous late start, shootout win, delayed travel, zero motivation. Take Blue Jackets money line, first period, whatever. Just back Columbus Blue Jackets. Well, we're in a complete agreement. Bobano and I are in absolute complete agreement on that. So now he moved in a bunch of different ways. I just took him Blue Jackets full game, as that's my preference. But I love it, Mel. We've missed you, Mel. Great to see you back in business here. Let's roll on, and we have runners on the corners now in the bottom of the third for the Phillies. See if they can break this game open here and get us some runs.
How about those Padres, Jimmy?
Woo, rolling.
Yeast.
They are absolutely rolling.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about angles here for me now. I just had to get the SAR thing tweeted out. I bet it, but I got it tweeted out. Let's. So I do not expect the Bucks to shoot the way they did. I mean, that's easy to say. They're also switching cities in a non-motivational spot. So we see this total climbing. So how? Oh, double place is Kelly McKinnon. That is not what I was hoping to hear. And inning over. Good God! All right. Never threaten the messenger. You're a good man, Kelly. So if I don't believe that the Bucks will come in motivated or shoot nearly as well as they just did, what's the best way to attack this? This total is climbing quickly. The line is also, moving towards. I guess it's not quite moving towards. Is it moving towards? I guess we're a half point move towards the Bucks. So is the first. Now I just did this, and I'm uncomfortable going back to it, but there's a similar thought process. Not quite the same because Clippers were, had gone across the country and only one day off. But would it be a first quarter team total under here? On the Milwaukee Bucks? Would that be the angle that I'm trying to find? It's 31.5, just like the 29.5 that I was dealing with last night was juiced to the under.
Well, who's going to stop the Bucks from scoring? I mean, and you know how I feel about quarter plays. Right now, they're averaging 30.1 for the season. Last three, they have averaged 31.3. So we're right there, right? No one's going to stop Philadelphia or excuse me, Milwaukee here. 31 points. I something tells me that line is really sharp. So you're either gonna. I think the hook is gonna come into play. Either you're gonna win or lose by the hook.
I don't. I think that this is the perfect time to do this.
Really?
In a meaningless game, not going to be fooled. Not going to be full. Now the question is, how meaningless is it? Let's get to the standings here and just do a double check. Because again, the Clippers looked across at the Pelicans and thought, good God, these guys are awful. They just weren't locked in. They didn't score their first point for 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I just think that. Yeah, I mean, actually, that's an absolute good comparison, to be honest with you. But Clippers are already not a really good first quarter shooting team. I mean, these guys are 23rd in the league.
But they're coming off the finest shooting performance we've seen in the NBA since 1998.
I'm just talking about level of consistency. So if you already have a team that's sitting 7th in the league, where their average for the season is already 30, and you're playing against Philadelphia, in which I feel that Giannis could get whatever he wants, that any player on that team is going to be to get whatever they want, then you're just betting on motivation.
Yes.
And okay, I can see where you're coming from, but I can also see that number being in the 30s already. I just when I personally when I look at first quarters, because if before I even look at the games altogether, when I cap them, I'm just okay. Where they are first quarters, because okay. Let's just kind of get this money quick, fast, and get out type shit, you know. But the way I look at it is Philly is terrible, and you've got this total for that team high already. How could they not get it? That's
Because
the way I look at it.
They're not going to come in locked in. I mean, they had to beat the
Yeah.
Suns, who they knew were going to step up. I think they were on a 4-game losing streak. It was the perfect scenario. So,
Yeah. So, I mean, if the motivation factor is your edge, then absolutely take that under, because it does make perfect sense. I just look at it differently. I just look at a team that could get whatever they want, whenever they want, you know? And it's also one of those things do you start off heavy and fast so that you can relax in the second half and everybody sit in the fourth quarter because this team hasn't even put up 60 points and it's 6 minutes left in the third quarter? It's one of those type things. So I just feel like Milwaukee can get whatever they want.
okay, well, I'm going to bet it. Also, we
Okay.
have cashed the first 5 over in Boston, Baltimore. Why was that not the double up?
Mm.
Troy put it on a silver platter for us, but my double up was Colorado, Philadelphia. Tremendously disappointing, but we will move forward. We have Darryl on Trent over 2.5 threes. I am on, and I haven't bet yet, but I'm going to be on the Bucks team total under 31.5. Offshore is not. They have it 30.5, juice to the over. I think it's important to get that point. So
yeah, juice to the over. I just feel like you're gonna win or lose the game by the hook, and I would still go over.
No, I like this bet a lot.
Okay.
Let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot on the board: Minnesota Timberwolves, 44-32, 21-16 on the road. The Brooklyn Nets, 25-51, 11-25 at home. We're at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. Minnesota coming off their third straight win, the 140-139 double overtime victory against the Nuggets. Our guy from up north, Nikhil Alexander Walker, hitting those 2 free throws. Well, yeah, he was offered 3, but he missed the third one on purpose. With 1/10 of a second left in the second overtime, and Ant said, this surprised me. Ant said, that might have been the best game of my life that I've been a part of.
Ant's doing a lot, man. He's doing a lot.
But that surprised me.
Why?
Well, I know it's a exciting double overtime game, but it
was a troll.
Oh, you think he didn't give a fuck? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
It was a troll.
Okay. So he didn't
to me, I looked at it, it was more of shitting on Russ. I think that's what that was about, to be honest.
Okay.
It was more of shitting on Russ, but also, I mean, he started with that. I think that portion of it was a troll, but I do believe him in when he talks about Jokic being, the best player. But I think that was more of a troll because of how they won that game. And that game, in my opinion, was not lost by anyone else but Russ. Fast break, you got the numbers, 2-on-1. You throw it to Brown. Brown throws it back to you. You miss a fucking layup. A fucking layup. Man, growing up, my father told me that the easiest shot in the NBA was a layup. Not even a dunk, a layup. Easiest shot in the NBA was a layup. Not even a dunk. And I never understood that. I still don't understand it, but that's what he was saying. You missed that shit. You missed that. And then you go out and you make one of the most stupidest fouls known to man against Alexander Walker, bro, who What is his 3-point percentage for the year? I guarantee you he's not in the 40s. He might be okay, maybe 30s, maybe high 30s. But what do they say now in today's current NBA? Like you have to shoot at 40% or better, to be a threat. You know what I'm saying? Like long gone are the days when you're like 35, 36%. Like you got to be shooting in the 40s now. And I would love to. I don't know his stat. I'd have to look it up on Basketball Reference. But I guarantee you. Well, I shouldn't say that because I probably is because he doesn't shoot the volume. But 40% NBA 3-point shooter is somebody that you should target and be jumping out the fucking building to block. So yeah, I personally think that was just more of a troll, Jay.
Okay.
And I do believe what he said about Joker just being a great player, but I just think that was more of him just being, an asshole. That's what he is. He got more problems to worry about right now, man.
Yeah, I heard him dropping the Millie straight up on
Yeah,
baby mama
yeah,
there.
man. It's not a good look, bro.
That is not a good look.
It's not a good look, bro. Like
No.
this is allegedly his fourth kid. Not getting too off topic here, man. But you're 23, brother. It's really no guidance. His background with his mother dying when he was real young and shit like that. It's just no guidance, man. This motherfucker's just doing whatever the fuck he wants to do. But obviously, what he wants to do is hoop and hoop only. And he just want to hoop. That's all he
Yeah.
wants to do. He don't want to be a father. Fuck them kids. That's what he's saying.
Oh,
Fuck them
we
kids,
see it.
man. But
The
just
Millie
yeah.
straight up. You're right. Not a good look.
Not a good look. And this is why the brother does not want to be the face of the NBA. Remember when he was saying, I don't want to do that, and everybody kind of gave him a little backlash. Like, man, yo, you're him. Why wouldn't you want to be the face of the NBA? Because you don't want that type of fucking smoke. You don't want people digging into your life and talking about, you being an absentee father and shit like that. You just gave him $1 million. Somebody said Shorty be broke in 3 months. She probably will. But yeah, anyways, you got to open up this game here, but I like Minnesota here.
Well, let's set it up. And Von Polo says he totally disagrees with everything that you're saying about Ant. So obviously, and that's totally fair, and that's part of the fun here.
Yeah, to each his own.
The Nets coming off their second straight win, 113-109 at the Mavericks on Monday. Brooklyn 13-31 since January 1st, but they certainly showed effort against the Mavericks. That was a great win. Minnesota 4-1 over their past 5, 23rd fastest pace over that stretch, 97.34 possessions a game, shooting the ball beautifully, 49.7 from the field and 39.2 from 3. Brooklyn playing at 17th fastest pace, a little over a possession faster a game. Man Bear Pig moving on the Nets plus 600. I want to fade the Timberwolves, but I don't know when Brooklyn is going to try. And I need one more win. One more win from Brooklyn. Dan Kelly and I need one more win to cash the over 25.5 season win total. 42.1% from the field and 32.6% from 3. Shooting the ball poorly, as has become a habit for the Brooklyn Nets. The opened up Brooklyn plus 12.5. Now they're plus 13 with no vig. Let's call it a quarter point move. From a total perspective here, we have a 216. It's juiced to the under at minus 110. This opened up at 216, went down to 215 for a while. It also went up to 216.5, so it's been all over the map. Now we see it with just a 3-cent move towards the under. When we get to the cash flow here for this spot, we have here we go. Sorry. We have 58% of the tickets and 71% of the cash on Minnesota, 58 and 71. And then on the total, we have 83% of the tickets and 82% of cash on the over. Then we have to ask ourselves, who do we expect to be in the lineup for Brooklyn? We know that Sharp, Williams, and Cam Johnson out. He suffered a back injury. He's missed 2 straight. I don't know if he's going to be playing anymore. I see Watford, Williams. We already know that. Williams. We know Zaire Williams is out, so we're not going to see him. So we'll see a lot more of Wofford and Jalen Wilson will be the expectation here. And then D'Angelo Russell is a problem. D'Angelo Russell, probable. So he's being listed as a probable. He is the first game he played well, and we have to go back to March 20th. Before that, the first game where he played 30 plus minutes was the first time since that March 20th game where he played well. 18 points, 11 assists, 5 rebounds. He was a big part of this team succeeding. And so, we've been cashing on the D'Angelo Russell unders, the Cameron Johnson unders. But here we are. So take it away for us, Darryl, my man, your plan of attack in Minnesota, Brooklyn. And is there one?
Yeah. So, you know how I cap when it comes to first quarters. When I see a team that's going opposite directions, that's the time where you play them. And I like Brooklyn here. I like Brooklyn first quarter. I think Brooklyn can hang with them because the spread is so high. So the official play for me, do you have a +4?
Let's see what we have here. I imagine that we do.
Yeah.
Let's grab it here. I like this look. I don't see how Minnesota can come in
So
locked in.
Season average 28, right? They just came off a great game, a double overtime game. Yeah, you did have a little break in there, but it was, a hard press game, double overtime. Season average 28 points first quarter for Minnesota. Season average for Brooklyn 27.1. So that's their averages. Last 3, Brooklyn 25 even points wise. Last 3 for Minnesota 24.3. So that explains that. I definitely see why that total's so low at 215.5, right? So that's probably giving you maybe a 56, 55 first quarter total. So in my opinion, that matches up perfectly for Brooklyn. If you know Brooklyn, you know to just kind of get in and out with them. They'll play hard, and then they lose that game in the second half. So give me Brooklyn +4 in the first quarter. Of course, Minnesota's going to get away with this game here. I wouldn't be surprised if they won by margin. But that first quarter is absolutely a Brooklyn spot. And so if you look at how they've played, they played February 24th, 101-86. Brooklyn 22, Minnesota 23. They played January 25th, where Minnesota won again, 96-94. First quarter, Brooklyn 31, Minnesota 24. All right. So I just look at those 2 recent games where there is familiarity there. If you want to call it a revenge spot, I mean, it's a triple revenge. In this case, dating all the way back to April of 2023. But this is the 3rd game they played in this season. Actually, I'm sorry. This would be the first game they played this season. Excuse me. They played in 2024 of last year. But I just don't see how Brooklyn can't keep it close until they just eventually fall apart. So I got my years wrong there. But yeah, these games should be very close for Brooklyn in the beginning. Just looking at their current body of work, even the game against Dallas, that was a 4-point margin, 29-25. The game against Washington, Brooklyn 23-28. So that margin wasn't so large there, but just looking at it, I feel that if you're going to talk about motivation on Minnesota side, if you're betting motivation in Milwaukee, looking at your standard, this would work out perfectly in this case. But I just think that Brooklyn can hang with them in the first quarter, and then after that, it's probably a done deal. So just give me Brooklyn first quarter. I'll make that in and out fast there. I got that at +4.
+4, yeah. +4 -107 is the best juice available. The only reason I like it, and I love first quarter dogs, the reason why I can't do it here is just because the Warriors, the Wolves, the Clippers, and the Grizzlies all have 44 wins. And the importance for the Wolves to get that 5th seed to play the Nuggets, what they've done to the Nuggets this year. But I don't think they mind the 6th seed either, playing the Lakers. I think they'd prefer the 5th seed. The fact that they're all at 44 wins means that it is really important for the Wolves to win this game. I would like nothing more than to fade them first quarter. I imagine that you still get paid. It just doesn't correlate for me the way I need it to. But I like the look. Darryl, moving on the Nets. +4, -107. Let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot on the board, we have the Memphis Grizzlies, 44-32, 19-18 on the road at the Miami Heat, 35-41, 18-19 at home at the Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida. Memphis comes in off their 4 straight loss, 7th in 8 games. LaSallo has taken over as interim coach from Taylor Jenkins. He's 0-3 as a head coach.
Yeah.
They've got the 1 win over their last 5. They're playing at the 5th fastest pace in the NBA, 102.60 possessions a game, shooting 48.2 from the field and 38.2 from 3. Neither Buddy or Ja are going to get in any trouble. They just received warnings for the gun signs.
Yeah.
Miami 5-0 here. They're rolling. Second half of back-to-back after winning their 6th straight game. 124-103 at the Celtics last night. It was very impressive. Spoelstra is just such a phenomenal coach. The Miami Heat, and they lost like 10 straight before winning 6 straight. It's nuts. They're now a game up on Chicago here for 9th in the play-in. They're a game back from Atlanta. They're likely to catch them. And they could even catch Orlando. So I don't know if it's that much of a spot where, they're going to come crashing down. I think the winning streak also kind of keeps them alert. They're playing at the slowest pace in the NBA, 30th, shooting 51.6% from the field and 47.9% from 3. BJ says clear Memphis spot.
Yes.
And yeah, I get it. We just watched
Yes.
the Heat beat the defending champs. Memphis right now is a -5 at -111. They opened up at 4.5. The initial move was away from them. It was towards the Heat, but now they're at 5. And when we get to the total here for this one, we have a 225 -107 to the under. This opened up at 228, and it fell. It fell pretty quick, and it fell all the way down to 224 before there was the point of buyback. When we get to the cash flow, you have 83% of tickets, 82% of cash. Oh, sorry. That was on minutes. Sorry. We have 86% tickets, 80% cash on the over. And on the spread, we have 53% of tickets, 53% of cash on Memphis Grizzlies. Man Bear Pig says, had the Heat yesterday, can't take them again.
Yeah.
Next question, who's going to be out here for the Miami Heat on the second half of a back-to-back? And the only person we don't know about is Robinson. We know that Jovic out, Love out, Scary Terry out, and Wiggins out. So Hero, Burks, Pella Larson, Bam, and Khalil are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as much as it is a Grizzlies spot, and the Heat have just beaten the defending champions on their own floor and had to travel, as much as that, I am not going to sit here and trust the character of this Memphis Grizzlies team. Not going to do it. I don't care if it's a perfect spot for them or whatever. This is a team that's falling apart. Defensively, Warriors went for 22 threes and scored 74 first-half points against them. On Saturday, the Grizzlies allowed 72 first-half points and 19 threes. They're not playing with any heart. They're not playing with any character. And if you guys feel like this is a great situation because the Heat just beat the defending champions, I will cheer you on. But I'm not putting my money on a team that is heartless, doesn't have character. Take it away for us here, Darryl. Grizzlies Heat.
Who's had the hardest schedule in the last 10? Absolutely Memphis.
Yeah,
absolutely Memphis. And we're looking at Miami, right? And everyone's like, oh, my buddy put Miami money line at plus 440 yesterday. Cashed it.
Beautiful.
Happier than a pick and slot, man. And the funny thing was, I wasn't a believer. So I don't know what Miami's doing now. I don't know what kind of pep talk they've had, right? But they absolutely have been on a tear since they beat Charlotte. That big game or their Super Bowl was against Golden State, and they handled them. Pat Riley had talked them up for that game. But besides Boston and Golden State in this 8-game winning streak, they play bums. Washington, Philly, ATL, Charlotte. I don't know. And Memphis already smacked them up March 15th, man. They didn't even get to the century mark. Memphis went 125 to 91 against them. I just think this is a Memphis spot. Memphis really, really needs a win. Being on a 4-game losing streak, man, these guys are trying to stay right in the middle, in the thick of things, in the playoffs. I tell you where where the play is for me. Because of how well Miami has been playing, and you have that little rhythm going, you see those averages go up in the first quarter, man. Miami right now is giving you what, 33 points in the first quarter in the last three. Memphis is the third ranked highest first quarter scoring team at a season average of 31.1. And to be quite honest, man, I mean, they're right there with Denver and Cleveland, both at 31.4. So there is going to be scoring in the first quarter. Miami in the last three now have jumped from a season average of 27.9 to now in the last three being at 33.0, right on the money. The play has got to be first quarter over. It's got to be first quarter over here. And so that's the only way I can look at it. I don't have a number on my book just yet, but whatever number that you have, I will make that an official play. Memphis, Miami over first quarter, which I'm assuming is going to be at either 58 or 59.5.
The first quarter over is 54.5.
54. Yeah, I'll play it. Is it juice to the under?
It is.
Yeah, and that's scary. Those things kind of scare me here, but I'm playing a little recency bias here. So you're telling me that these guys aren't just gonna drop buckets, which is scary.
It opened
If
up
you
at 56.
Yeah, and that's so it opened up at 56. The first quarter total went down, but the full game total went up.
And that is a fascinating 225. No, the total's gone way down. From
Oh,
228 down to
he said
225.
okay. Yeah, I would make that play. That would be a scary play, and I haven't played it, but thinking about it, that is a huge number because you're talking about almost a 10-point difference. When you have one team that's averaging almost 31 points in the last three and another team that's averaging 33, that's 54 points right there, or 64 points right there, excuse me. So I'll hold off on that. I haven't played that, but that would be the plays to go that first quarter over, but I'll hold off on that.
Fuck, I just tried to move on the over 4.5 in Colorado Philly and a 2-0 count to Schwarber moved to 5.5. I think it's important to
Yeah.
get the 4.5. Let's keep an eye on it, see what Schwarber does in his first at bat. Oh, a 2-0 count. Okay, a possible first quarter over here from
Yeah,
Darryl.
possible for that. Yeah,
But not
I'm
really.
looking at this now, and it's just they've played Golden State, Boston, LA, and OKC and lost all of those. This has absolutely got to be the easiest team they've played since playing Utah Jazz March 25th. So yeah, right now I would want to make that official, but those numbers now scare me. So I'm going to hold off on that and get some more information. But my play would be the first quarter over.
Let's roll on, my friend. Next up for me, a very interesting game. I should just give up on this Portland to make the plan. But good God, did they show heart? They showed so much heart in that victory over Atlanta. Right when you want to give up, they show an enormous amount of heart. Oh my God, he dropped it. Jesus. Schwarber gets an air double, a pop-up dropped. Good God.
1.5.
Okay. And it's, God, that 4.5 would be looking nice right now. Does it all fall apart for Senzatella here? I wonder. I mean, it's not on him. Okay, let's roll here. So the question here is, why is Scoot not coming back from this concussion? I thought he was going to come back in Atlanta, his hometown. He's already been ruled out. It sucks. Simons was a late scratch, and yet Avdia played out of his mind. Phenomenal. You know, the forearm contusion has been affecting his shots, but you know, I think that it should just be one game and Simons is back. How are you not excited right now that you have some reason to play? Jeremy Grant's been a game time decision for a long time. He's not coming back this year. So he's not coming back this year is my expectation, unless they actually get close to the playoffs, which would be a surprise. The important thing here is that Pirtle is out of the lineup. That is such an important part for both Klingon and Abdia. Quickly out, Dick out. Barnes is a game time decision here and is listed as questionable finger joint contusion. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and see if there is a plan of attack. This total is a 224.5. It opened up at 225.5. It dropped point. It was very disappointing because I lost the total in that Atlanta game by 1.5. I had the under 238.5, which looked good all game long, and they go over by 1.5. We have Portland as a big favorite, and that a lot to do with Pirtle being out. They opened up at -2, and they're now -4.5. Portland 1-4 over their past 5. That win snapped that 4-game losing streak. They're playing at the 20th fastest pace in the NBA, 97.9 possessions a game, shooting 43.6 from the field and 32.7 from 3. The Raptors 4-1 over their past 5, third fastest pace in the league, and shooting the ball better than they have been, 44 from the field and 36.2 from 3. In that Portland win, 127-113 at Atlanta, Abdia 32, 15, and 10, second career triple-double. Did have 7 turnovers. Shaden Sharp, 33 and 10. He played phenomenal. Portland was defending with aplomb. They held Atlanta to 7 for 32 from 3. They were defending the perimeter. And this Raptors team is shooting a ton of threes right now, more than I've ever seen them in my life. They went 20 of 45, 44.4% from 3 against Chicago and still lost badly. Portland dominated the boards against the Atlanta Hawks team that's dealing with injuries to their bigs. 19-12, they won on offensive boards. That's a determination. But this is game 5 of the 6-game road trip. That's a tricky spot. Raptors coming off having their 4-game winning streak snapped and 137-118 loss at the Bulls on Tuesday. That made me so angry not being on the over. The market had moved 3 points to the under, but I knew that these teams were playing at such a fast pace. And I was so angry that I was afraid the market got me off. They got 17 from Jacoby Walter and 17 from Emmanuel Quickly, also at 9 assists, who's not in the lineup. So Chicago shot 56.8 from the field. Chicago dominated the boards. And this is the first of a home back-to-back. They host the Pistons tomorrow. How did the Blazers not win this basketball game? And how do they not win it comfortably, regardless of whether Simons plays or not? Now we have 50% of the tickets, 56% of cash on the Blazers. The market move towards them is likely just a roster, situation with the Raptors not having Pirtle or IQ. 79-77 on the over. Take it away, Darryl. Is there a move to make here?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the well with Denny Abdia over 1.5 threes. Give me Denny Abdia over 1.5 threes. I'm actually, I'm looking on my book now, and 3, 2, 4. I am going to make this official. Denny Abdia, I'm going to ladder this to 3 threes at plus 144. You may have a better number, but give me Denny Abdia threes.
What are you getting on the over 1.5?
1.5, 167, 160 or 166. I'm sorry.
Because this was minus 149 when you bet it last week. It's minus 183 right now offshore.
Yeah.
So that 166 is a nice number. What are you getting for 2.5?
At 2.5 plus, I'm getting 144. Plus 144 plus money.
Over 3.5?
Over 2.5.
Okay, but how far are you laddering it to?
I'm going to go to plus 2.5.
Okay.
Plus 2.5 at plus 144. I'll go that route. He's got the volume. That triple double was just amazing. He's actually getting boards too. The thing that the double double I'm seeing is plus 109. But he's giving you. He gave you 15 against the Hawks, 7 against the Knicks, understandable. 9 against Sacramento. And then he gave you 10 against Cleveland and 11 against Boston. I'm gonna go on a stretch here. Give me Denny Abdia, double, and I see that at also. I'm gonna make it official.
I got plus 107. I got plus 107. What do you have?
Yeah, plus 104. So I'm gonna ladder the threes for Denny at least 3 threes or 2.5 threes at plus 144. Give me his double at plus 104 also. I'm gonna make those official.
I like it. I like it. I do not think the Raptors are going to get a ton of second chance points here.
Yeah, it's the Raptors. If it was any
Well,
other team, I'd be like, yeah, but yeah, this and that number says it. I mean, to have Denny for a double and it barely, be plus money, that's very, very telling. Even looking at his triple double, the fact that this isn't like 25-1 or 35-1 is kind of crazy. They've got his triple double at 10-1, basically. 10-1. So I'll go with the double, and I'll go with the threes. I think those are good spots for him.
let's talk about Klingen here
Yeah,
without Pirtle playing.
yeah.
And Klingen. So I'm going to be on the Blazers here. I'm fine with the 4.5. That's fine. Anything under 5, I think, is fine. I mean, obviously, it would be better to get a better line, but we don't know. There was a lot of question marks about who was going to be in player personnel wise. So that's fine. Now, why wouldn't Klingen now? And this is no fault, and I mean this. Like, this is not about Robinson being a weak basketball player. Orlando has played well this year. He's stepped up. He's earned himself an opportunity to play on this team next year. But why wouldn't Klingen just dominate this basketball game?
Yeah. I don't know if it's matchups definitely is one of those things, right? But just points if you're looking at it, to me, is just he's just very inconsistent. You got 11 against the Hawks, that's fine. But you got 2 against the Knicks. You got 18 against the Cavs, but then you have 4 against Boston. So I don't know. Right now, his points, what I'm looking at, is 8.5, but it's juiced to the under. So to me, Donovan is just still a little too inconsistent for me to just think that he'll go all out. So I look at the most consistent person. In the beginning, it was a lot of Anthony Simons. It was a lot of Shaedon Sharp for me. But then Sharp's role got minimized. Denny got healthy. And I just believe that Denny is the most consistent player to play on in Portland. But, I mean, I couldn't knock you off, Donovan. I think another thing is I'm scared of these inconsistent players, especially playing KCP like I did, thinking that he would go off and he didn't. And then you see what he does just last game. So I just look for a little more level of consistency to play against or to play on that player, to put my money on that player than what Donovan has showed. So I'm cool on it. But I could agree with you. He could absolutely go off. I mean, everybody could go off against Toronto.
It's just when Pirtle isn't there. I'm right with Kripke. When Pirtle isn't there, it's a field day for the opposition. So we're back at that 4.5. I don't know if I'm gonna move on it now, honestly, but I don't think it's a bad look. 4.5. We got the run. Maybe we should wait until this inning is over. The problem is it's a close game too, so the better arms in the bullpen are going to come out, for the Phillies. All right, I'll make this decision here, but let's roll on. We have Denny Avdia over 1.5 threes, Denny Avdia over 2.5 threes, and the double for our guy Darryl. I'm going to be on the Blazers minus 4.5, and then I'm going to be on Klingen props here. Now, there is an issue, the inconsistency that doesn't concern me. There is the issue being just that this is the third game in 4 nights. And that is bothersome here. It's funny, the Klingen against old vets, he just gets shut down. When he plays any center over 30 years old, he gets shut down. But this is not that. So I'm interested. In
Jared's not 30. Jared's still young. Allen's pretty young, right?
But Jared plays like he's an old soul, man. That guy.
Yeah, but I only say that because he put up 18 against Jared.
He steps up against competition that's his age, and I like him. Also, I like him. Let's roll on to our final spot on the board, and I know our guy Darryl has a lot to say about this one. Let's roll. We have Golden State Warriors 44-31, 21-17 on the road to the LA Lakers 46-29, 29-9 at home. Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. We heard a lot of cappers who are on the Lakers. And we also heard that the spreadsheet play today in NBA is on the Golden State Warriors. Warriors 3-2 over their past 5, 99.5 possessions a game. That's 13th fastest in the league. 45.7 from 3 and 45.7 from the field and 35.1 from 3. Lakers 3-2 over their past 5, 16th fastest pace, 47.4 from the field and 37 from 3. Let's see who is expected to be in the lineup here for these two squads. Kuminga, game time decision, Peyton out. LeBron is a game time decision here, but we expect them in. He's listed as probable. So at least we have a simple situation for us to move on. Truth Teller says Lakers tonight and the over. Let's go into the line history and set this one up. Line history wise here, we have the LA Lakers minus 1.5 at even money. Minus 1.5 at even money.
Yeah.
This opened up at minus 1.5 at minus 114. So we've had to move towards the Warriors. About, it's 13 cents away from the Lakers. The VIG also tightens, so it's just a 7-cent move towards the Golden State Warriors. Then from a total perspective, we have the 230. We have a flat 230. This opened up at 229.5. It dropped, and then it's come up. So U-shaped movement on it. Justin McKelvey with Lakers minus 120 in his pocket. Rez Mob moving on the Phillies minus 1.5. and also with taking the 4.5 live, we're only going to get the 6th, 7th, and 8th from the Phillies most likely, unless the Rockies tie it up. Yes, Sweaty Butcher, yes. And let's go over it. We just broke it down. Sweaty Butcher on his birthday has given us the prime cut, and it is the Blazers minus 3.5. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
The prime cut is Blazers minus 3.5. I'll take the 4.5, and I think I'm going to take the Klingon props as well. I'm right there with you. Right there with you. And the only concern is game 5 of 6-game trip, but I'm going to be attacking Orlando. I think that makes sense here. Only Bet the Plus says, how is the Lakers game not a first quarter over spot? And this is the wheelhouse of our guy, Darryl Rice, first quarter totals and first quarter sides. So let's take a look at the cash flow. We've seen did I see what happened on the total? Sorry. Yes. U-shaped movement, slight move to the over. When we get to the cash flow, we have 57% of tickets, 60% of cash on the LA Lakers, 88 and 89 on the over. Warriors coming up their third straight loss, 134-125 at the Grizzlies on Tuesday. Steph Curry been playing very well, and the addition of Jimmy Butler. I mean, they're 19-5 since the trade was made on February 8th. Curry was magical in that 134-125 road victory over the Grizzlies. 52 points and 12 threes, matching his season high. Butler went for 27. Draymond went for a triple-double. There was no Kuminga with a pelvis injury, and, of course, the continued absence of Gary Payton. Butler, 17.5 points per game, and Steph Curry said, or Stephen Kerr said that he saved our basketball season. That Jimmy Butler saved our season. Straight up, that's what he said. This is the final game of a 4-game road trip, and it's tricky. The final game of a 4-game road trip in Los Angeles, and it's the first of a back-to-back. They host the Nuggets tomorrow. This is the tricky spot. Lakers coming up their third win in 4 games, 104-98 at home over the Rockets on Monday. Luka averaging 27.2 since he's joined the Lakers, 20 points in that 104-98 victory. And LeBron, 16, 8, and 4 with 2 steals. Didn't look very good. Who's stepping up?
He did it, man. He did it.
No.
He did it. I saw my boy Ronald, where he had sent a tweet out. He's like, LeBron just doesn't look all the way right. And I was like, yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't.
It's a problem. Now, who stepped up? Dorian Finney-Smith and Gabe. They both stepped up in a huge way, 20 points each off the bench. The Lakers bench went for 46 against the Rockets bench. That's generally decent. And another issue, the Lakers have beaten the Warriors in all 3 games this year.
They have.
First of a back-to-back for the Lakers as well. They host the Pelicans tomorrow night. Viper NB says, L.A. Lakers money line for me here. What does Darryl say about his hometown squad? Take it away. Floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay, so this is tricky, but I've got a couple of plays here I want to make on this. Now, the thing about it is, when I've gone heavy for the Lakers, man, I've just been burned. I would have had a pretty good day had I not bet the Lakers. The last two times, even my I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is play was with the Lakers first quarter and full game. It didn't work. And so I do believe this is a game that Golden State is going to get up for. I think this line was 2.5 at Lakers, and you see money coming in on the Lakers. I like the Lakers here because I do believe this is a game that LeBron likes to play against. He always plays really heavy against Steph for whatever reason. They play pretty heavy against each other. The Lakers, sixth in the league in first quarter scoring. And if you know about that spread and how it worked before these last few games, they got smacked against the Pacers in the first quarter, but wound up winning that game. They got smacked, I forget by another. It was the Bulls. And you saw how that game went down to the wire in the first quarter. 30.2 season average. But in their last three, it's been 25.7. And that big drop came from that 16-point first quarter against the Rockets. Right? Golden State, man, 27.2 for the season average. But in their last three, they're averaging 36.7. So you've seen one team that's gone extremely down and one team that's gone up. Now, when you look at that Houston game, they just couldn't, man, they couldn't shoot a pea in the ocean. Right? They couldn't make anything at all. I doubt that happens again. Luka couldn't hit anything, bro, at all. At all. So I just believe that this is a bounce back shooting game for him, especially early and especially against this team. I'm going to make official the first quarter over. What do you have for that number?
Let's grab the best line on the first quarter over. It feels like a spot where the Lakers can leave it all on the floor and the Warriors can't, with the Nuggets waiting for them at home.
And they're rested. Remember that too. They are rested. They played Monday? That was their last game, Monday?
Yes.
Yes.
The Lakers played on Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. They're rested. So you got time to scheme. You know what they say about JJ. If they lose, he doesn't sleep. But this is, I think, if I'm right, this will be the most rest they've had in their last 6 games? Yeah. They played the 20th, 22nd, 24th, 26th, 27th, 29th, 31st. So this is going to be the most rest that LA has, which I believe is why you see the Lakers actually opening up as the favorite. They're more rested than the Warriors. And I'm going right back to the well. So I got two other plays here. I'm going Jackson Hayes first basket scorer plus 500. And it just never fails how they work that play. The thing that didn't work in Jackson Hayes' favor, in my opinion, was the bigs or the length that Memphis has that Golden State does not have. So you got Zach Edey jumping for the ball. You got Jaren Jackson jumping for the ball, trying to block that alley-oop, and Jackson Hayes just missed it. He's not going to have that challenge, if you will, against Golden State because they're smaller. Right? So this is what you'll see in the first quarter. Now the last game, I believe they didn't even look at Jackson. I want to say it was either Braun or Austin that made the first basket for the team. But jump ball should go into Lakers' favor. They'll throw that out to Luka. Luka will bring the ball down, and they're either going to blitz him or collapse. If they blitz him, Jackson will set up the high pick and roll. And if they stay there and try to blitz him, then he'll immediately throw it up to Jackson, and he will throw the alley-oop. If they collapse, which is what Memphis did, then that shows you they are concerned about Jackson. But if they give enough space in that collapse for Luka to throw it up, Luka will throw it up. His timing is so great where he'll throw it up right in the beginning of that collapse. So you can't really do two moves. Either you're going to collapse or jump. So it's either one of the three moves. Either you're going to blitz him and come up on him. He's going to know that right off the bat. and you'll see Jackson Hayes do that little slip cut. They're going to collapse, and he'll throw it up right before they can get back into their motion jump, or either they're going to jump up thinking that Luka is going to try to make a shot and shoot it up. Either way, that play is almost kind of like the tush push. That play just seems to work. So I'm going to go just right back to the well with this because it's good money. Jackson Hayes, first point scorer, plus 500. And then I'm going to throw a little curveball at you here also. I'm going to go a double ticket here. Jackson Hayes, first point scorer, and Lakers to win the game, plus 1,000.
Ooh-wee.
So I'm going to go just balls to the walls here with that. And you look at that opening sequence and how it works, and it never fails. Now, if it doesn't work, then you know the NBA is a copycat league, and they figured out how to beat that play, right? And so everybody's going to essentially do what Memphis does. But when you got Jackson being so tall and just the IQ of Luka and his vision and how he plays, absolutely, this has just got to be a play you keep going back to the well on, right?
And
how does it say you have to hit it one time out of 50 at this point, right? If it's 500 to or 50 to 1 here, then you only got to hit it one time to make your money.
Well, no, it's plus 525. So you got to hit it once every 5 games.
Once every 5. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of 5,000. My bad. I'm sorry. So in this case here, Jackson and Luka, the connection that they have together, and I've talked about that about when Luka got to LA, the first person he met with was Jackson because they're with the same agency, so they're represented by the same agency. So these guys have a very, very, very close connection, and that's just a play that kind of gets them going. So I just like it better here because of the length and the size that Golden State lacks here. And Jackson can just get up and make you an easy alley-oop here. So let's go back to the well with it here. If it doesn't work, and I see how they run that, how they defend that play, then that just kind of gives me a little idea of how they're going defending that opening sequence, right? But I'll stick my neck out here with this one here. It is, it is kind of ballsy here, but I'll go back to it and do it. So I like the Lakers and Warriors over first quarter. I like Jackson Hayes to be the first basket scorer, first point scorer, and I like Jackson Hayes and the Lakers to win a double winner at plus 1,000.
You are locked in. We can actually get you the Hayes first point at plus 525, so we'll give you a little bit more than the 500 there. And the first quarter over 56 at minus 107. First quarter over 56 minus 107. Let's review all action here. I'm realizing now that the reason why, now this is switching gears with the live action, the reason why I took the first 5 over, and I need to get sharper with these live MLB games while the show's on. The reason why I only took the first 5 over is because I think these both teams have great bullpens. So why in the world didn't I move on the under? Now it's 11.5 because, but why didn't I move on the under 5? As soon as they got to 5-3, should have moved on the under right away. I imagine this under is going to hit anyways, and I'll be ready to go. By the way, Romanov confirmed for the Sharks and Comrie confirmed for the Jets. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting, Billy. Thank you for that. Kripke says, I'm with you guys on the Lakers. Truth Teller on the Lakers. And the free bands play today from Dougie Wise. This is the Lakers -1 at minus 130. Let's review all action here in NBA. I moved on that SAR prop. Daryl moved on to over 15.5 points at minus 103. I moved on the over 22.5 PRA. Excuse me, 23.5 PRA.
For SAR, it should be 16.5, right?
No, we got you a 15.5 offshore with low vid. Yeah, 15.5 minus 103. Over 15.5 minus 103. I'm going to be on the Bucks first quarter team total under 31.5. I imagine we'll both keep a close eye on that one from our debate on it. And Daryl moving on Gary Trent over 2.5 threes. And I don't wish that on anybody to have to watch Gary Trent all game long. We're happy that he's out of our city.
Right.
Daryl is on the Nets first quarter +4. A spot that I really like. It's just the fact that they're all tied here makes me a little uncomfortable, but I like it. I expect that to cash for you. Then we have a lean for the first quarter over in Memphis, Miami for Daryl. We'll see if he moves on that. anything he puts out on Twitter will be official. Then he's laddered Abdia over 1.5 threes minus 166, over 2.5 threes plus 144 in the double. You can tell I'm thinking horses. Plus 107. Blazers minus 4.5 for me. I haven't bet yet. And Klingon props. I haven't bet that yet either. And the prime cut from our Sweaty Butcher. The prime cut is Blazers minus 3.5. Shout out to Sweaty Butcher on his birthday and Truth Teller on their respective birthdays. And we just broke down the Lakers game. That is our show for today. Now, we are going to be racing for a Pub Sports Radio shirt here, and that is set up. We're also going to be racing for entry into our playoff NHL playoff pool. A $50 entry into our playoff pool. We're going to be racing for that too. Our NHL playoff pool will be starting up in about 10 days here. I'm going to pop Darryl's X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy, Darryl Rice, a great friend of the channel and always delivering the goods. And he's a great follow on X as well. So I'm popping that in the chat. Darryl, thank you so much for being here to rock with us today. Any last words here for the Cappers supporting the show?
I appreciate you all, man. I appreciate everyone in the chat. Jimmy, as always, is great talking ball, man. It's really, really good. I hope we cash today, man. Let's get you over the 500 mark and let's get some money in your pocket. And everybody, let's get paid today. Peace and love. I'll see you next week.
There he is, our guy, Darryl Rice. Please support our friend here. Chill Will, my man, thank you. Let's get that cash. I feel good about everything that's happening here. I feel very good about everything that's happening here. So let's get that cash. Let's also review action and let's race. Let's review action first and foremost here. Jose is going to be joining us here shortly. We cashed that first 5 over in the Boston-Baltimore game. Lost the first 5 over in Colorado-Philadelphia. And unfortunately, Colorado-Philadelphia was my double up. Again, Taijuan Walker, I think it's sort of dicey to fade these old vets when they're not dealing with any arm fatigue. Taijuan Walker shoving today. Let's review stacks play today. Number 1, already cashed. Bryce Harper over 1.5 total bases. I know Big Scott was on that as well. And others, great job. USC plus 5.5 is stacks number 2. Kong's Clips play today. UC Irvine double result. And his Kong smash play of the week in UFC is Kennedy Nezukwa. Probably butchering that name. And Joe Anderson Burrito KO or decision, a plus 104. So there it is. A Res Mob respect play today. Cincy first half minus 3.5. Gorky Ostapenko moneyline and Anisimova Navarra Pagula moneyline. Tone Miggins on John Morant PRA over 35.5. 1.25 units on it. That's the levels play today from Tone. Billy Friedrich Pig Milk play today. St. Louis Blues puck line. Big Scott Orioles. Adam Borix in PFL and Harper over 1.5 bases. Free bands play today. Lakers minus 1 and Spooner on Schwarber over 1.5 bases. Orioles team total over 4.5 and Astros money line. TJ's on that Boston-Baltimore over 9. Still likes it 9.5. Tone Miggins is on the late show. Lakers money line. 9 legacy on Lakers. USC, Cincinnati. The Yankees on the run line. Brewers on the run line. Blues, Stars, Oilers as well. Slatsy's on Tampa Bay team total over 3.5. Vegas money line, Blues money line, parlaying that with the Stars in regulation. 9 legacy also on the Orioles money line. Connor Wong under 1.5 hits, runs RBIs, and SGP number 2 is Astros and Altuve. Jose Altuve over a half base. Carlos Correa under 1.5 bases and Astros money line. Richo INC is on USC in the CBC at 10-1. Says, do you think they can win straight up today? Sorry, I missed that one. Crystal Craig, Jaron Duran over 1.5 bases, a plus 123. Kong's and Slatsy on Suzuki and Crosby, a half point each, a plus 100. Nasty Nate also on the Lakers. Prime cut the Blazers. Philly Eagle Flyer. Astros Twins tied after 2. Also leaning towards that in the Reds Brewers game. Redbeards on the under 9.5 in Baltimore and the over in Philly. So, yeah, I messed up that Philly total. I hope I didn't lead you in the wrong direction. Billy Friedrich loving the Habs first period minus a half. And Robert Cherry on Lightning, Villanova, Chattanooga, Golden State, Celtics, Baltimore. That's a parlay. We'll go over our official action, but let's bring Jose Bouquett back to the show so we can race here. Jose, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. I mean, a little frustrated about the Orioles, but hopefully we can get 2 more runs in that game, or else I'll be furious.
We have the Phillies Rockies team total now at 3.5. Good thing I didn't move on to 4.5 when I could, and I would have if it hadn't moved to 5.5 so quickly. I would be on this. We do have a single here though for the Rockies. They have one man on here. Jose, what are we racing first? Are we racing for entry into our playoff pool?
Sure, we can do that first. Why not?
Is that what's set up?
Well, what do we have to do to get everyone set up for the playoff pool? That's the real question. Are we going to do all members again?
Yeah, no, the playoff pool is for the $50. What is this? Is this for? This is our gold members.
Yes, this is gold members here. So then, what I should say? Then, what are we going to do for the hat or the shirt?
Is it easy to throw everybody in? Can you just copy paste?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay,
so then we'll do the horse race for the entry first.
Okay, let's do it. Thank you to all our gold members. We had Truth Teller and Browns Hughes come join us again as gold members. How many do we have, Jose, my man?
We have 77 racers in here. Shout out to you guys as well. We're going to get after it here and race for an entry in the NHL player pool. It's going to be fun. I enjoyed that very much. I learned some valuable lessons from that last year.
And no, Dougie Wise, not yet, and I may not. I need to sit with that game a little more. I think that the Warriors are in a bad spot. I do. But I would like to see the market show some concern. So nothing for me at that point. We'll go over my action and Jose's action here in a second. Jose, let's race, my friend. Thank you to all of our gold members. It means the world to us. Let's roll.
Let's race indeed. We're off here racing in a beautiful, beautiful race here in San Antonio. We've got a bunch of guys up in the front right now. Juan Ruiz, Salty Pete, Chase J, Chris Boggin also up there as well. Julian Cesario, who Jimmy saw the other day in an iCarly screenshot. Nasty Nate even at the top of the screen with Jimmy the Bag up there. What do you think is going to happen here, Jimmy?
We are both moving forwardly, as is Rez Mob. Rez Mob moving forwardly as well. Can we catch Juan Ruiz? George Wood says yes. And look at Ron Crawford upgrading a membership for PSR Gold. What a guy he is. Our Ron Crawford in the house. Gerald Jones with the lead, but Nasty Nate trying to finally get home. Nasty Nate trying to get home. Chase J, though, taking the lead slightly over Ron Ruiz. This is going to be a photo finish between Juan Ruiz, and here comes Coin, and Rez Mob, and Chase J. Chase J trying to find the wire. Can he get there before Johnny Guns?
What a late push there by Johnny Guns. Wow.
Great race. That was a great race. Johnny Guns, $50. Adding.
It had everything.
He's in the playoff pool. So let me write this up here. Johnny Guns is in our playoff pool. Thank you, Johnny Guns. My man says, let's go. My first win. Johnny Guns can turn that $50 into 1,000. That's the hope here. Free entry into our playoff pool. Great job, Johnny Guns. Flying late.
Was Rez Mob the guy that said yesterday his name hadn't been called in like months?
Yeah, Rez Mob was moving forwardly, making a nice move there.
There you go, Rez Mob. That's nice. All right, beautiful. Give me 2 minutes here.
Okay, we are going to review more action and quick review of middle of the seventh. This total is going to be 2.5 here. Good. You know, I swept the board with my live action yesterday. I was so pumped up. Man. But it did screw me because I was so tired. I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to go to sleep. There's like 13 minutes left in the Colorado game. I had the over, I had the over 4.5, and then I had Colorado money line plus 190. I was like, let's just go to bed. And then Colorado scored. So I was like, okay, there's the sign. Let's sit back down. Let's get them going. And then McKinnon McKinnon went to the penalty box with 3:42 left, and I was so tired. I was like, and I started falling asleep. And then I woke up with 17 seconds left. They scored with 10 seconds left. They win in the shootout, and now I'm, pumped up. No sleeping after that. Are you kidding me?
Of course not.
Oh man. Let's review action. Jose, are we good?
I'm still working on it, but yeah,
cool.
keep
Let's
reviewing
review action here. We have also Richo INC Corey Connors to win his third Valero Open at plus 18 to 1. And I want Richo to get paid. I kind of want Corey to not look so good this week. because I want him in the Masters.
So you don't want him to get paid.
I want Rich O to get paid. I would prefer Corey Connors wins the Valero, Rich O gets paid, and I don't bet Corey Connors in the Masters.
Okay.
But
it would be a shame if that didn't happen.
And then he's also on top 5. So I'm going to be on Corey Connors in the Masters. Rich O also on Maverick McNeely at 50-1, Sam Stevens at 50-1, Daniel Berger top 10, Lee Hodges top 10, Hoagie top 10, Kim to win, and Bud Colley at top 10 as well. Now let's go over my action here and Bobano's action in Boston, Montreal. Bobano on the first period, over 1.5, full game over 5.5. I'm on the Canadians -1. Bobano on the Lightning money line, first period over 1.5, full game over 5.5. I'm on the Lightning -1 at +141. Ron Crawford spreadsheet play in NHL is also the Tampa Bay Lightning. Blue Jackets, Phillies homer. So it's 2-0. So that takes away the opportunity for the was that Schwarber?
It was Schwarber.
Oh, nice. Spooner cashing. Atta boy, Spooner. That takes away the opportunity for the extra innings. So, all right. It's fine. I'm not moving on the on that live anyways. I'm on the Blue Jackets money line. Bobano all over it. And Mel saying it's best bet on the board in all sports. Bobano on the Jackets.
I moved on that first period, by the way, +105.
For the Jackets?
Yeah.
See, I think that's the wrong way of handling it. I didn't want to, hammer it too hard, but if the Avalanche are exhausted, well, then they can give you a good first period because they're going to be dealing with adversity. We see teams with these sick days or these short travel days step up. I want all 60 minutes to take advantage of them being tired. But do the Avs not come out of the gate in the first period? Very, very possible. But I think that 60 minutes, if you're trying to take advantage of a tired team in sports, is what I want. But I'm happy you're joining us with the Jackets. Bobano also on the team total over 3 at even money. First period over 1.5, full game over 6.5. Then, saturated Jose is not giving out his dongs after cashing yesterday with Trout. Bobano on the over 5.5 in Pittsburgh, St. Louis. I'm on the Stars on the puck line. And I'm interested in this under 5.5. I forgot. Kings, Utah under 5.5. I'm interested in joining AM on. Bobano's on the draw in Anaheim, Calgary. And I'm interested in the Jets, but now Comrie in. I don't know if I can go there with Comrie in. And then San Jose first period, I'd like to move on. In that San Jose game, Bobano's on the first period, team total, or San Jose to score in the first period. San Jose team total over 2.5, first period over 1.5, and full game over 6.5. I'd like to move on San Jose first period. I expect to. Best bet for BJ Grizzlies money line in NBA. Ron Crawford on Golden State Warriors. That's spreadsheet play day, and he's on the Diamondbacks here. Best bet for Troy Torrance is the Twins, Minnesota Twins. Then not a lot in MLB. I have the double up on the Diamondbacks. The only thing I have left. Jose has the Twins money line. That's the only thing he has left. And then in the CBC, Cab leaning towards UCF and the under. He wants the Dixon over 2.5 threes, but it wasn't available yet. And his official play in MLB is Yonder Alvarez over 1.5 total bases at +118. And then we just reviewed NBA. Let's race for a Pub Sports Radio shirt, my friend.
Yes, let us indeed here. Shout out to all the members here. I didn't even look at how many people we have in here. Let me look real quick. 446 dogs on the track here. And Jimmy, you know, Jimmy, there's rubbing in dogs here. There's bumping and grinding here when it comes to the dog. So if your dog gets pushed off the track, well, that's too damn bad. Who is that? Stefan Dean Lugmeyer, Samit, Bent for Life, Robert Evans, all in the mix here. It's been all in 24, the 389th dog on the track here. Jeff M. Nutflush Allen, also in the TJ, also in the mix here. Mark Schillingberg, Steve Fehrenbach, Man Bear Pig, all in the mix here, Jimmy.
Oh, we're coming down to the wire. Red Girl making a big move. Girl getting involved, and same with Lewis Eisenhower. TJ right there. TJ's dog moving forward. I know they're moving towards the finish now fast. TJ has the lead, but Lewis Eisenhower on the inside moving quickly. That's dog
Look
number
at
one.
saturated at the top of the screen there.
And Preston Ekdahl making a move. Front man saturated. Here comes Joe Walsh. Joe Walsh flying late. They're all right there. Who's going to have their nose up front? It is Gerald Jones. Gerald Jones, our friend Gerald Jones, winning a T-shirt here. Gerald Jones, incredible work, my friend. A Pub Sports Radio T-shirt.
Oh, thank God it hit the over. Jesus Christ. 7-3 Red Sox.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I should have been on both of those. Very frustrating.
Yeah, I shouldn't have been on the Orioles, but that's fine. I knew the Red Sox were a better team. That's fine.
We have a question as to who is on top of the leaderboard in our bracket pool. And it is this guy, Ruscia, wins all of our contests. He's in the running in all of our contests. He is currently in first place with 155 points. In second, J-Dub, 10 back. 11 back is Kong Clips, and Julian Cesario is in third. Tied for third. Then Alex Hills, the new Quirker right there, 142. And Gerald Jones, the aforementioned Gerald Jones there as well. I'm not sure how many people we have in, but I imagine that if we have 30, it'll be top 3. Anything under, it'll be just top 2. And then let's see what's going on here in our confidence pool. See who is leading the confidence pool. Let's get over here. All of this can be found on pubsportsradio.com. And shout out to Swiggy. Also, don't forget, if you could, Jose, put the link to the Pub Sports TV. Pub Sports TV is our new thing that we're rolling with. Please support it if you can. Follow or subscribe to Pub Sports TV, 24-hour sports gambling programming. Our guy Kressler, Luke Kressler, is first with 300 points. Alex Hill second, tied with Dennis Garcia, and then Ruscia right there, tied for a fourth with Ramon Scott, and then Pete Loshak right behind them, Kev Reed, and then Mama Bag right there. But all the 1 seeds moved on, so the fun is a little bit out of it here. A little bit.
Well, let me tell you, Jimmy, the city is popping. I've every time I go outside, I look up, I see Charles Barkley's big ass head on a blimp flying around here. Fucking, the world is descending upon San Antonio, so it should be very interesting the next few days.
God, Jose, why did I double up on Colorado, Philadelphia, and not Boston, Baltimore?
And I'm asking myself the opposite question. Why did I double up on Boston and Baltimore? Why didn't I just take the over? And I could be sitting here with 1-0, looking at a 2-0. Instead, I'm looking at a 1-1, losing some juice.
It's better than 1-2.
It is. It is. But that could be my fate later today.
Very, very, very disappointing. Thank you guys so much for your support here. We can't do it without you. Shout out to Pub Sports Radio and all of you guys. Thank you for your support. Kong's clip saturated, said Mom Bag winning confidence pool. I don't know how she can. But Kong's clip says if Houston wins the championship, that pot is all mine. And that is also going to be a big score for our guy, Razor Sharp Picks here. Spooner, thank you for all that you do for us, my man. Christopher Comentini, Tank Cobb, TJ, Jermaine, Fat Wally, Mr. Belvedere, Fernando Mendoza in the house, Kelly McKinnis, Swish, Big. Oh, it is a birthday here. Happy birthday to our friend Sweaty Butcher and to the Truth Teller. And the birthday pick from me is
the Columbus Blue Jackets.
No, it is a parlay. It is a Montreal Canadiens, Tampa Bay Lightning money line parlay. Now, I won't be betting that. I'm not going to add the parlay into my action. I have a full unit on the Habs -1. I have a full unit on the Lightning -1. I'm going for the score. I don't need. But that's just for transparency. But that would be my birthday pick.
And go ahead and add the Minnesota Twins on that as well, Sweaty.
I like it. Happy birthday to Sweaty and the Truth Teller. Nasty Nate. Love you, man. Your support means so much to us. Steve G, Dougie Wise. So many great cappers here. And my dude's plays of the day. Ja over 34.5 PRA. Denny Avdia over 1.5 threes. Our guy, my dude, running hot right now. Also has Luka over 3.5 threes. Jordan Alvarez over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. And look at that. Steve G, NHL News, Duclair quit the Islanders. Wow. Couldn't handle Waz ridicule. Wow, that's wild. And looks like our guy Rez Mob going to get paid here. He moved live on the Phillies -1.5.
Oh, songs saturated since obviously half the games have gone Jordan Alvarez and fuck me, I just had him up. Son of a bitch. Jordan Alvarez and Cody Bellinger.
Saturated, I can track your first quarter plays in NBA. I can do that.
Jimmy might be a little hurt that you asked me saturated and not him.
Oh no, I don't want to do it.
I don't want to do it either. So
I do it out of friendship and I am interested. I mainly do it out of friendship. So I'll do that. I'll track your first quarter plays here.
Yeah, I'm fortunately saturated. I ain't tracking shit from you, but I will beat your ass on the felt tables.
Oh, you're a good man. You are a good man. Happy birthday, Truth Teller. Oldie, my man. Thank you guys for your support. Now, God, it just now the roller coaster begins. I gotta make a bunch of bets here. It's not gonna be too bad. My focus will be solely on tomorrow's enormous card. On behalf of all of us, Pub Sport Radio, thank you so much for all of your support. Jose, can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yes, shout out to you, saturated. Truth Teller, Oldie, all you guys, just my 2 cents. Shout out to you, my spicy little potato, my guy there. All you guys, we appreciate it. Fernando Mendoza, Spoons, TJ, Kelly, Kongs, Justin McKelvey, Nasty Nate, all you guys, we appreciate it. Fat Wally, shout out to you, Fat Wally. Let's have a night here today. Starts with the Twins. Let's start with the Blue Jackets. Starts with all those teams. Let's cash some tickets here. Let's make it a memorable night. And let's let Jay, Los Bookmakers.